I'm going to open the subcommittee work session, starting with House Bill 1286. Take them in the order of what I'm hoping will be quickest and go on from there. And so the first thing, anybody in the subcommittee have thoughts on this? At least 1286, that's merging land surveyors and the Board of Professional Engineers. You know, what I remember from the public testimony is that the Board of Land Surveyors doesn't have a whole lot to do. They don't get a lot of complaints. And actually, if Director Courtney, if you could come up and, confirm, how, what we heard is they don't have to meet very often, whereas the engineers meet more often. And what the land surveyors don't know much about the engineering stuff. And so it's not clear this makes sense, but that's what we're trying to figure out. Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Brown, yep.
Good morning. I recall hearing that the land surveyors weren't overly concerned if they were put together, but the engineers definitely were concerned about it. And yeah, there was some talk that if it was two from each, it would be okay, but I don't think that that's what the engineers thought was a good idea. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm recalling.
Yeah, there's two questions really. One is, do they get merged? And then if they do, what's the makeup of the board going to be? Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Representative
Yeah.
Munchpudi.
2 points that I have on my notes is, one, the Board of Professional Engineers can handle overseeing land surveyors as long as there are surveyors. But if you're trying to reduce the board and cutting down the members on the board, and that would add to the engineers' load on the board. So I have 5 opposition, and no one single one came to say support it. So they were not opposed to it, but the fact that you're not only trying to merge the two professions and you're trying to reduce the board, and you're going to put the burden on the engineers who are already a volunteer,
Yeah.
that was the big concern.
So I agree. And also, as I recall, there's a wide range of different specialties, the engineers, and losing people means they're going to have less of that. But anyway, your take on, first of all, yeah, if you have any views on this, and then in particular, if there's, how busy is the land surveyors board? And then the usual thing is, are there any particular, other than the general kind of antitrust concerns or anything like that? So.
Thank you. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. I think that's a good summary of what we heard at the hearing. I would say that the Land Surveyors Board met 6 times last year. Engineering met 11. Neither board meets very long. The land surveyors had 7 complaints in FY23. Engineers had 3. So neither of those bodies receive a significant number of complaints. And I will say that, some of the data is not necessarily relevant in light of the changes last session. A lot of the need for engineering and land surveyors to meet had to do with licensure, but they're no longer reviewing applications. So we at the office anticipate that a lot of boards, including those 2 boards, will actually meet less frequently moving forward and for less amount of time.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask, other than, any discussion of changes to rulemaking, or if there's a complaint that the investigation gets to the point where there needs to be some professional expertise or a final decision, what else is the board involved in after the changes?
You highlighted exactly the 2 areas. One is in rulemaking, and then 2 has to do with adjudicating cases that are valid, if you will, or viable, and making findings of fact and sanctions.
Okay. And for the 7 in one case and 3 in the other complaints, how many of them, I know it's just 1 year, but how many of them actually got to the point where the board had to get involved?
So that those cases were under the prior
Oh.
statutory structure, so they reviewed all the complaints. I will say that all of the boards review all complaints at some point because only the board has authority to disposition a complaint. So at some point after an investigation, they'll review the report of investigation, conclude to dismiss or proceed to hearing. In those instances, none of them resulted in a hearing.
Okay. So kind of a follow-up on that. So going forward, I know that the OPLC is going to do the investigation. You know, do they come with some kind of recommendation to the board, at least in some cases? Like if it's, you know, somebody's complaining that they were charged too much or whatever, that's not really licensing. I don't know if there are any of those, but.
Yes, that's what happens. So during the investigation, if professional expertise is required, we either pull in an expert that we've contracted with, or, you know, for engineering and surveying, we don't have a lot of those cases. We'll probably recuse a board member to act as an expert. And then we will make a recommendation in a report of investigation, and the board makes a decision about what to do moving forward.
Okay. And I know that there's a variety of subspecialties among the engineers. Well, maybe I can ask one. Is there anyone here from, or wants to speak about the Board of Engineers? Okay, I don't see anybody. So I guess the question is, you know, even if we go forward with the merger, the next issue that I think I remember complaints about was that by reducing, what's the current makeup of the board? I mean, how many? Do you know offhand? Because it's not in the bill because it wasn't, it's a replace.
I believe it's 5, but let me confirm.
If it's 5 now, it leaves it at 5, but it,
Two
two
surveyors and
surveyors,
three engineers.
which means they would be taking 2 of the engineers off if it's 5 currently.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
5 currently, 1 public member, 4 professional engineers.
Okay, and they have a public member, and they'd be down to 2 professional engineers and 2 land surveyors, which,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
and,
Mr.
so
Chair.
Brown and then Manchapudi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and as I said, there was, I believe from the engineer side, there was a lot of discomfort with that, 2 engineers and 2 land surveyors. I think they thought the 2 land surveyors was too many.
Representative Manchapudi.
I have a couple of questions to Director Courtney. One is the rulemaking from the last years. How much have that been implemented by OPLC, and see any big gaps because of that?
So we've implemented all of the rules that we've been required, or I should say, we have moved forward with the rulemaking on all of the rulemaking obligations that we received last statutory or last legislative session. They're not all complete because of the process.
Okay.
The challenge remains that the board statutes continue to conflict with OPLC's statutes, and there continue to be rules on the books that conflict with our statutes. Obviously, that's outside the purview of this, but
Yeah.
that continues to be our challenge.
Follow-up, Mr.
Follow-up,
Chair.
yep.
Yeah. So I think this is going to
Yeah,
go.
yeah. There's
yeah.
other bills that I think are going to deal with that, including the non-germane
Yeah,
amendment that's coming
But
up. Yeah.
my follow-up would be, the engineers on the board said, you know, they're pretty efficient. There is no issue with the board having to meet, and very diligent in getting it done. And the comment I remember that stuck in my mind was, we are engineers, we are efficient, we have the checklist and we go through pretty quickly. So is that the experience that the OPLC has, or are you stepping on each other's toe?
No, I don't think they're not a board that takes up significant administrative time. I do want to note, because there were some comments regarding specialties, mechanical engineering versus chemical. That's not something that's under the purview of licensing. And the board composition currently does not that's not a criteria for being appointed to the board. So under the current criteria, it could be all structural engineers, and that would not run afoul of the statute. If that's the concern, then maybe that needs to be addressed statutorily.
But that was one of the things that they taught. We see that in the medical board too, right? It's not, each specialty is not represented.
Correct.
That's not the idea. It's the general engineering. That was not the comment that I heard or in having one-on-one conversation or in the testimony that was a big concern. But the fact that the load, by shrinking the board, the load on the volunteer board members is going to increase, reducing it from 5 to 3 or 7 to,
It's going to be the same number of members, but they would replace 2 of the 4 engineers with 2 of the land surveyors, as I understand it.
yeah. So that was the big challenge.
I'd like to let Representative, well, actually, if you have a brief comment on this subject, and then we'll move
I
on.
was just going to respond to what Representative Manjapudi said. Yes, I believe the Board of Engineers said, if you do this, it's going to be more work for us.
Representative Bailey and then Gould.
Just a question, I guess, is there some usual number of board members that we're attempting to achieve, or?
Yeah.
I would say that 7, 5, and 7 tend to be the ideal number. Currently 7, I think, is more common with 2 public members. The public members continue to be the challenge for recruitment, which I think is why some of these boards are proposed to be reduced to 5.
Representative, a follow-up? Yep.
And if this was a larger board, could you more fully satisfy the engineers?
Certainly, we have larger boards. I mean, the Board of Nursing is 13. Pharmacy is currently 7. So that's not something we can't work with.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I apologize, I missed the very beginning of the meeting. You have had 7 complaints and 3 complaints, and which is which?
So 3 for engineers, 7 for surveyors.
Okay, so my question has to do with testimony we heard regarding mergers, that if we were to merge the 2 boards, currently, my dyslexia here, the land surveyors only had 3?
Land surveyors had 7.
Okay, so the other group that only had 3 would have to come in now for 10 meetings to address 3 complaints that affected their profession.
I think she said that the land surveying board actually met 6 times, and the engineers met 11. No, well, there were 2 numbers. No, but I'm telling her she was worried about,
Right.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you were worried about him. They don't have to come in once per complaint. Maybe.
No, correct. Oftentimes they're reviewing multiple complaints, and it's not uncommon for boards to, wait for a meeting until they have a couple complaints to review. We don't like that because we like to move the complaints along, but that's very common.
Follow up?
Oh, wait, was that Representative Gould? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, follow up and then.
Thank you. Mr.
Representative Gould had a follow-up, and then Manjapudi, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is that when you have 2 boards and the demands on their review are different, that merging them, the people who serve on these boards are serving voluntarily, and they're taking a day off from earning a salary in order to do so. So if we're going to increase the demands on a board that's currently functioning in order to meet some goal of merger, I need to understand why we would want to increase the demand on a volunteer who's giving up pay and will have to deal with issues from a profession they are not a part of.
So, again, I'm not taking a position on this bill. The agency is not, and I want to be sensitive to the fact that these are volunteers. That said, I would say these boards, they don't spend a lot of time in meetings and doing board work compared to other boards. I do not anticipate a significant increase in time because the majority of their time in the last year has been spent on licensure, which they're not going to be doing.
Thank you.
Representative Montepudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the other topic or the discussion during the public hearing was that with the housing need, the increase of number of housing projects in the state increasing, there'll be more demand for surveyors and engineers, and also the safety issue of housing development. I don't know if it was public hearing or one-on-one conversation, that might put more demand on the board. And the engineers said, we don't have problem with doing the work, but if we have to take a whole day to come and testify and follow what's happening at the legislation, things are changing, that takes away a whole day for us, not doing the board work, but then also not doing our work. So that was another concern with the boom,
But that's, I don't think that's related to what we do at their board. It's related to people putting bills in, which is completely separate.
No. But the
Unless I
thing is, the
misunderstood.
board was saying we have to show up to the board members from the engineering board and land surveyors board to say we have to be at the hearing. We have to make sure we give our
The hearing.
in public hearing at the
That's
board
the
level.
question. I mean, isn't there something published on what the meetings, if there's going to be hearings on complaints or something, the boards, that's noticed ahead of time? Yes?
Yes.
No, I'm not talking about the complaints to the board from
Okay.
the professional complaints, but if there are bills related, like this bill was here and they spent 2 days to be
I
here.
understand that, but I don't see how that has anything to, how anything we do with this bill is going to have any impact on that. Maybe I'm missing something, but
Okay, let me see how I can put it. It's all very clear in my mind, but I'm obviously not making any sense to
No, that's all right.
everybody else. The 2 points that the engineer board, the board member, I believe David Gill, Board of Professional Engineers, and I don't want to name
that's
because
fine.
this
You know,
is, yeah.
just what the issue is. It
Yeah,
doesn't
so
matter who
what
it
the
is.
issue was that the board members were saying now with the increased 2 points. One is with the increased demand for housing and construction and structure, there's a demand for land surveyors and the engineers to work long hours because we need that. And adding to that, if you're going to add more responsibility to the board members, professional board members, that's going to take time. And the third was if the board members have to show up for public hearing at, that's another day that they have to take away from their paid position. So these were the 3 concerns that I heard.
Okay, I mean, Representative Brown.
Did you want to say something first?
No, I'll let you, maybe you can help.
Thank you. Looking at the person you're speaking of, my notes from that person said the Board of Engineers weren't in favor because of the workload. They're all volunteers, and they get 40 applications per month, but that is no longer the case. They get no applications now. Is that right? They don't review applications up front at all.
Correct. There's a bit of a transition here because, as you might expect, there's some boards are not thrilled with the fact that the legislation transferred that authority to the office, and I would say engineers is one of them. And they do contain some subjective requirements in their roles, so that has made it challenging. But they are not supposed to be reviewing applications.
So, thank you. So, to follow up on that, as this morphs into eventually what it's supposed to be, their workload should be decreased, which was the intent of this, and become more efficient in the short term, hopefully. So, and that person also said if they lose 2 engineers, they'll have to take more time per meeting to review those applications, but that doesn't appear to be really a valid point
No, or.
if
what-
they don't review applications.
What I'll say, right, and you know, we can, if we decide to go forward with the merger, we can do something different than what this says for the board size. I mean, we could leave 4 engineers and add 2 land surveyors. I mean, okay. So it sounds like my take, in a moment, at least to summarize, and people can tell me if I'm wrong, that they are probably going to have less work to do than they do now, and maybe they'll have to be involved in some rulemaking to fix the discrepancies, but certainly once that's done, it should be even less. And Representative Gould, or,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to write it down so I wouldn't forget it. So what I'm hearing in this regarding this bill, and I think it goes beyond this bill to other similar bills we're looking at, is that there's been a lot of change. And we're asking people to get their heads around a lot of change, and some are struggling more than others. And the engineers specifically related to this bill are struggling with the changes that have already happened and are not fully implemented in some cases. Or it's not enough that it's gotten to their experiential level and it's part of their consciousness. And I'm wondering, with the conversation we had earlier this week about the oversight committee taking on some of the board review responsibilities, if it wouldn't be better to hold off on this and wait to hear from the oversight committee what their opinion is of the best way to move forward, which would also give all of these boards, especially these 2 boards, an opportunity to adjust to the changes, pretty drastic changes that were made in the past year.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Yeah, I totally agree with Representative Gould in terms of trying to change too many things one on top of the other. My concern would be we might lose very good volunteer board members. I know, we have workforce shortage and all that, but this is also part of losing volunteer board members who are very helpful and not kind of make that hasty, I shouldn't say hasty, but quick decision one on top of the other.
Yeah, okay. So, I'd like to move on to the others. I'll give my view and then everybody can, and then I'll look for a motion, actually. And actually, are you from the land surveyors? Yeah, if you want to speak first. No, up at the mic. I found out this is actually showing up on YouTube, so that's what I was told. I haven't looked, but please take a seat and introduce yourself and.
Appreciate the opportunity, Chairman Leakis. Simon Thompson. I'm with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and I represent the New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association. I don't disagree with a lot that's been said. I just feel the focus has been on the engineers, and that's obvious. There's a lot more of them. Just wanted to remind the members of our position that was stated at the hearing is that we oppose the bill. If this bill were to move forward, we would just want to maintain more representation of land surveyors. It doesn't mean it has to be equal to engineers, but if the current makeup is 5 and that's hard and fast, and you did 3 engineers to 1 surveyor, we would be adamantly opposed to that.
The current bill is 2 engineers, 2 land surveyors, and 1 public member.
Right. Which that would be, again, we're opposed to the bill, but if that's what moves forward, we could be comfortable with that. It's just if you were to change that makeup to 3-1-1, 3 being engineers and 1 being 1 surveyor, there could be an opportunity where you could have a quorum for a meeting and there not be a surveyor there. So that was just wanted to remind folks
I
of
mean,
that.
what I was
concern.
thinking, we haven't made any decision. I haven't heard from anyone else, but I was thinking if we were going to continue with the merger, that keep with the 4 engineers today, 2 land surveyors, and a public member.
Yes.
And that would raise it to 7, which is not a problem, I don't think. So
Yep.
I know you're opposed to the bill, but there's a wider range of specialties and engineers
Sure.
and all that. But
Absolutely.
But thank you for that.
Yep.
That input.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, what's your opposition? Because I'm trying to probably is in my notes, but if you
Yeah, I
could
mean,
state it for me.
if you go back and I was trying to pull up my notes and I couldn't find them either, but if my memory serves me correct, there was not one person that testified in support of the bill. Everybody that testified was opposed to the bill. And again, the land surveyor, both the chair of the board and the chair of my association, testified in opposition to the bill, but again, with the same thought that I had that I'm relaying to you now is that if this bill were to move forward, the current makeup is okay, and if it were to change to what Chairman Likas recommended, they could be comfortable with that.
So I guess the question then is, what is the main reason for the opposition? Like, if there, just summarize just briefly, what are the real concerns?
The main reason for the opposition is they, similar to the engineers, feel that the way they have operated has worked well. There's very specific land use laws to land surveyors that, while engineers have some understanding, that's not their specialty. So those were the two main reasons for the opposition.
Okay, before, I'll let people speak, but I want to, hopefully we can come to a decision quite soon. And while I think this could work, and I would support it, although I'd probably suggest changing the board makeup if we did that, I don't see that there's a large benefit to doing it. And you can take a seat. That's,
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Large benefit.
to actually passing this, to doing the merger. And I take Representative Gould's point that we've already shaken things up, and it might make sense to let it settle down before. I mean, some of these bills I would have preferred if they came in next year. So people can have a say. I'd like to keep the conversation brief because we do have the two other bills, one of which is going to be a big deal, longer. All right, Representative Gould, briefly.
Yes, thank you. Just a procedural question,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. If we were to recommend interim study, remind me what that means. Does
Okay.
that give us the year to look
So-
at this?
So I'll, if the options were between, let's say, interim study and ITL.
Yeah.
Okay. The difference is that if we do interim study, it has two effects. We can actually meet to study the bill, and we have on some, and actually, solve some problems and accomplished good things by studying it. Interim study has traditionally also been used as sort of a polite kill, because where there's not really an intent to do much in studying it. The other advantage of interim study over ITL, or effect, you could see it as an advantage or not, is that if we do that, then something on this subject could be, added to an amendment in the House, or the Senate could do something. But if we ITL it, then at least for this year, that can't be considered.
Okay, are you ready to entertain a motion?
Does anybody else need to? Well, actually, we can do a motion, then we can have a discussion. So yes, I am.
I move that we ITL on this bill.
Okay, and is there a second?
Well, I'll second it for the sake of conversation.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll second that for the sake of discussion.
Okay, discussion on the motion of ITL.
I think that's a good idea. I would back that because whether we are doing interim study or ITL, it's putting a pause for this year so that the changes that was implemented may
Actually, what I should have done is let Representative Gould speak to her motion, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
First, and then Representative Brown, if he wants to.
That's okay. I was being patient. But I really feel that given all of the things in the discussion, that it's better off to just kill this for right now. Let's give the Oversight Committee time to do let's see where that goes, and give them time to do their work. Let's give the boards time to adjust, and a new bill can always be brought up.
Representative Brown, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So originally intent of all of these coming down from the governor's office is to make our process more efficient and to make it as fair as possible for people coming in from the outside to try to get licensed in New Hampshire. And I think that's very reasonable because there are certainly, we've heard some conversations about it's a little bit restrictive to get a license, some of the processes. So that, I think that's the intent of a lot of these bills, is to try to be more fair and to be, make the process quicker. And I think that's a good thing. And certainly the Institute of Justice, when they were here testifying the week before last, the gentleman from there had really good points regarding that. So I think that's kind of the intent. So I don't know that we want to necessarily put it, ITL it at this point, although I certainly think that, now I'm going to say the other side of my own conversation, that letting the dust settle may not be a bad idea overall. And there's a lot more in here that we haven't discussed that's not just about the makeup of the board also. I'm kind of on the fence about what to do with this. And I would ask one more question of either yourself or the OPLC folks. We talked about the oversight committee, but if I understood our conversation from the other day, the oversight committee's job is not to assess that OPLC is managing the boards correctly, but it's a different task.
I
'cause-
I can speak to that
Thank you,
because I'm
Tom.
on it. Chair McGuire and I are on that. Senator Carson's the chair of it. It isn't specific. The oversight committee can sort of, take a wide-ranging thing. Now, it's going to be driven to some extent by Senator Carson, the chair's vision of it. And it's only had 2 meetings. One was organizational. And the way it seems to be going is to, get a report on what's going on, especially after last year with the rulemaking, how that's progressing, and then people who are licensed who have issues with OPLC, not going to get into adjudicating particular complaints, but if there's general problems, then, we listen to that and, OPLC gets to hear that and they get to respond about what's going on. And, if there's a real problem identified and there's something going to be done about it, then in later meetings, we can follow up on whether that happened. But there's nothing, I don't believe there's anything in the duties of that committee that says they can't take a look at anything and then recommend legislation. So, and although it's not a done deal, what the amendment that Representative Grota was considering or suggested at the last exec session was to add the duties that were in 1676 to the OPLC Oversight Committee. I believe she had, that's not what we're dealing with today, but she had an initial discussion with Senator Carson, and it looks like the senator might be okay with it. So, and I wanted that first. I didn't want to be involved in dumping a whole bunch of work on her, which blindsiding her. But, so anyway, I don't know where that's going to go. It might not. All right, Representative Manchaputi.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. One is on 1286, not a single support for this
Yeah,
merger.
right.
Number 2 is I think it's making more and more sense for the OPLC Oversight Committee to see how the shift in mindset is happening. And instead of putting another change,
Yeah.
I think just giving it a pause, let it take and bring in a new, hopefully another whole year of things would have gone through.
All
I
right.
think makes sense.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more. So following up on what I said about making the licensing process more fair and possibly easier, especially where we're short workforce, for OPLC, as we now stand with where we, right now, that should have happened to some degree. Is that accurate? So the way it's changed, you're handing applications, that should make it somewhat easier for people coming in as opposed to the board process. And if that's the case, well, go ahead, I'll let you answer that.
Yes, thank you. I would say for the large majority of boards, that has changed. For certain few boards, it's been a bit of a transition because it has represented a significant culture shift. And we're trying to work collaboratively, but it can be challenging.
You have something to add?
I
I think so. Douglas Osterhout, OPLC General Counsel. Also in 655, it's important to remember there was a clause in that bill that said the current rule structure stays in place until those bills are, or the rules are replaced or they expire naturally. So some of that transition is just we're working with the old system until the new system goes through the GELCAR process. So there's a little bit of that to consider
And,
as well.
and is there, I'm assuming the rules aren't expiring soon, is there some process to push for that to be done?
Ye-
Changing the rules?
Yes. So I can't speak publicly about some of our initiatives because it involves contracting. But we are working on an initiative that would bring in additional support to assist the boards with rulemaking. But I would say that I should express that our relationship with the majority of the boards is very good. But it requires a willingness from the regulatory bodies who may not necessarily be on board with the legislative changes to take affirmative steps to modify their rules. And that's challenging.
Okay, I understand. One thing I'd like to ask everybody, and it's not aimed at anyone in particular, is if points have been made before, if possible, please don't repeat them so we can actually get through the day. Representative Gould?
My question is, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is specific to these two boards. Have the rules been completed and the changes been made?
No, in fact, engineers just propose rules that contains additional subjective requirements that we won't be able to administer. And we're currently discussing in the office whether to formally object during the GELCAR process.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So, so all the more reason it sounds to me like it's not a good time to shove another change through if there's mitigating circumstances to the changes being implemented from last year.
I can't comment on
Yeah.
that, but thank you.
Right. Thank you for being careful about that. I think there's I'm sensing a consensus, and I would like to just take a vote. If anybody feels that there absolutely has to be more said, go ahead, but I'd really prefer not. Yeah,
Just a
Right.
question to OPLC.
okay, yep.
How much subject matter expertise, you have 57 boards, how much subject matter expertise, field expertise does OPLC has to make this transition, and where I can see the subject matter review for applicants would be a big part of some.
Yes, so we cannot evaluate complaints that have subjective components. No application should have, no application processes should have subjective components, but we're not going to take that on. With objective components, we can evaluate those complaints, and we have been for many years, or not complaints, license applications in very complicated licensing fields. It's just a matter of what the rules state, and that's where the subject matter expertise comes into play.
Okay, unless somebody really has something else they need to say, we have a motion of NXPN to legislate, and I'd like to take a vote on it. Okay. All in favor? Or maybe the easiest thing is, I'll go through. Representative Brown?
I'm going to vote yes hesitantly with the hope that this becomes more efficient and better for the people coming to New Hampshire to get licenses.
Representative Bailey?
Yes, my primary concern would be the size of the board.
Okay, Representative Machapudi?
I think giving a pause, I would support in making the process simple. Yes.
And Representative Gould?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes on this one as well. So 5-0, we're going to recommend ITL to the full committee. All right, I'm going to close the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1286. I'm going to open the subcommittee work session on 1285. One thing I'd like to say is that, and this is to everybody, not a particular thing, but if there are questions, let's say to OPLC or anybody else, which are not directly pertinent to the bill and necessary for the person to make a decision, I would suggest asking them after the hearing. And I know Director Courtney's been very responsive to that sort of thing, and I'm sure other people could answer questions as well. So with that said, this is relative to merging the Board of Podiatry into the Board of Medicine. There's some similarities to the, prior thing, although some complications. So any thoughts on this? Yeah, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess let's start in the same place with asking OPLC. As we stand now with the rule, with what has been passed statutorily, for both of these boards has their scope of work decreased. They're just like we said, they're not handling applications, so each of these boards now has less to do than they may have had once the dust settles.
Yes, correct. Actually, we've already onboarded medicine and podiatry into the new process, and they are not reviewing complaints unless there's a issue of concern, such as a criminal history records check that requires review.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe you've already answered it, but is the rulemaking process that's required to deal with last year's legislation going well, done, or whatever for these boards?
The OPLC rulemaking is completed. The board rulemaking is not completed.
Okay, do the rules for either of these boards have problems being in significant conflict with the statutes that have changed?
No, I would say that, I mean, there are references to the board reviewing applications. We've just taken the position that those rules are superseded by our statute. And both podiatry and medicine, their rules do not contain subjective components. We have been evaluating those licensing applications for years. So the transition has gone smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How is the board functioning as of now in terms of with regard to OPLC, timeliness, quorum, some of the issues that OPLC brought about other boards? In this particular board, are there big concerns in terms of meeting and the quorum requirement?
So medicine meets much more frequently than podiatry. Podiatry at most meets quarterly. Medicine meets at least monthly, and they have a lot more on their agenda. They have a lot more complaints than podiatry, and I would say are extremely engaged. Podiatry, it looks like, met 4 times last year. They had 3 canceled meetings.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is podiatrist concerned because medicine is such an intense and so many fields? Will that overshadow the request for the podiatrist's need, or how will they bubble up in the priority of the board?
So podiatrist is a small field. There's about 100 licensees, which I think was part of the basis for the request. I can't speak for the governor's office. So certainly the podiatrist member on the Board of Medicine would devote more time. We heard some concerns regarding physicians, and their handling of cases that falls under the podiatrist scope of practice. So there could be a benefit there, but certainly to that member, that would represent more time involved.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, is there anybody else here, just who wants to speak on this bill? Okay, if you could come up. And I don't remember if you were here last time, but we heard a lot of testimony on how wonderful podiatrists are and the difference between what they do and physicians and all of that. And I do not think that's going to be pertinent to what we're doing today. So I'd rather not deal with that. But
Okay. My name is Dr. David Conway. I did submit written testimony. I don't have a whole lot to add to that. And I really came today to see if you had any specific questions that were not answered in my testimony.
anyone? Do you have something? Representative Brown first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I'm translating this correctly, any of these boards get merged. You as a member of the board are going to go to that board and you're going to hear topics that aren't associated with your field. If you're merging podiatrist with something else, you're going to be sitting in the board, listening to issues about a different field than what you're in. I guess the overall question is, does that still make our process more efficient and better for people coming in from the outside to get work here? Or is it, as some have said, make it a problem for people to go to the board because they have to spend more time listening to items they wouldn't normally listen to? And that's a long question.
Okay, first off, I'm no longer a member of the board.
Yeah.
I'm here as a public member, having served on the board, having served on the medical review subcommittee. And most recently, I was the physician investigator for the board up until July 1st, when the position was eliminated along with the medical review subcommittee. And my experience, both in that position as well as on the board, is that there's a huge backlog of cases, of complaints. That when I was the investigator, when I first took the job, there were complaints that went back to 2019 that had never been seen by a physician. With the changes here, I think that just has the potential to increase that backlog and to make it less efficient for the board to review complaints. It's not an issue of, gee, we need to do something to make licensing easier. Right now, the board participates in compact licensing, which is licensing physicians from out of state who have who have valid licenses in other states with nothing that would be of a concern to the board. So it's fair. Director Courtney could address that if you needed other questions.
Just a moment. I want to follow up a little bit on this, and then, so looking at your what you sent us, it seems like a major part of the complaint is the impact of the reduction of the number of board members. I mean, if we decided to move forward with the merger, we could address that separately and make changes there. So, you know, if the board size were not reduced, or I'd have to think about it, but maybe even, you know, increased a little bit to add people from podiatry, would that alleviate a lot of your concerns, or what would be the concerns in addition to that, if that were taken care of?
Another concern was the difficulty in finding outside investigators who did not have expertise in a specific specialty to review cases. That was a real challenge for me as the investigator. I know it was a challenge for other investigators as well. So that if you ask me, would you please review this case on for a neonatologist, somebody who takes care of sick premature kids, I would be very uncomfortable reviewing that. I would reach out to somebody with more expertise.
Okay. Director Courtney, could you address, and what I'm looking for in particular is, with all the changes, how has any of this changed, in particular the backlog situation?
Thank you. So my position is that the backlog in large part was created by the fact that the MRC was not meeting and when they were meeting, we're committing to only reviewing one case per person at a time. When you receive about 400 complaints a year, clearly the math doesn't add up. So I think that with the new process, we are making our way and significant headway through the backlog by leveraging consultant work, paid consultant work with experts in their field to assist with that process. It's always going to be the case that, particularly in healthcare, that cases require expertise that may not necessarily be expertise that a member of the board has. That's just because of the varied specialties in medicine. And so we have to go outside, and instead of asking for favors and asking for people, begging people to review cases, the better approach is to pay them for their work and to get true experts to opine in a timely fashion and move those cases forward. So that's the way we're currently handling it. I think that's how we would handle it with, if they were merged. I mean, we're going to continue to handle it in that way.
Okay, and that's been working well. You've been able to find, people to do that work?
Yeah, we've had a couple of strange cases lately involving specific specialties, and we've been able to find experts and contract for those services.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Brown?
A
And we're
quick-
not trying to get into debate here.
No, a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, with you. So I've said several times that it's important to increase efficiency and help people to get licenses, but if you would repeat what you stated last week, that really isn't the goal of licensing.
Well, I mean, the goal of the only legitimate purpose for licensing at all is to protect public health and safety, okay? Now, in doing that, if we believe licensing is the solution, then I think, we have a duty to try and have it be as least burdensome as possible on the people being licensed, to reduce, have more people who are available to meet, the consumer's needs and to keep the cost down for the people working in the field, because that's going to help with the whole efficiency and meeting needs.
Thank you.
Okay. I know Representative Manchapudi has a question.
Yeah. Totally, how many fields, medical fields approximately? I'm not asking for exact numbers, that board oversight is responsible for, medical board.
That's a question I really can't answer.
No problem. Follow up with that, Mr. Chair?
Certainly. Yeah.
So this is to Director Courtney. The specialty in the field is specialty field expert being called, or consultant, paid consultant coming. Has it been a new practice, or has it been something that you've used before? OPLC has used before.
I think previously the boards and OPLC had used it intermittently, but they had more commonly relied on experts on the board. I think that's problematic for multiple reasons. In a legal case, I mean, it's not just specific to administrative law. You need to find an expert in that particular field, and you need to go out and find that person to testify to support your case. And so that's what we're doing now, much like in criminal cases or civil cases requiring specialized knowledge, training, and experience. And it's working well because the boards are able to be the adjudicating body, and the experts are able to provide that opinion upon which they can rely or choose to discount. To your question about any specialty, so in physician licensing, we only license the physician. They're not required to be board certified. So it's any specialist who is a physician is licensed under the Board of Medicine.
All right. If you have something brief. Oh, no. Oh, well,
Oh, so, yeah.
just
I realize
the
you've
mic,
asked us not.
the mic,
Oh,
if you're going to speak.
Sorry. I realize you've asked us not to debate.
Yeah,
I just
certainly
want to
not.
state that in my time on the board and as physician investigator, nobody was being paid as an outside investigator.
I understand. And it's not any criticism of how things were done before or any particular person. So that's not all right.
So is this conversation going exactly the same direction as our last conversation?
Yes.
It's leaning that way. I have one more thing, I guess, to Director Courtney. Right now, the Board of Medicine is handling a wide range of specialties. And again, you may not be able to answer this, and I don't think there's, and sir, you can take a seat if you would. Take a seat.
Sure.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. I don't see anybody here to represent the podiatrists. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you this. But I guess the question is there anything special about podiatry that would make it different than just another medical specialty, where that might make it problematic, including it in the Board of Medicine?
I don't know that I can answer it. I would say probably, I don't think so. I mean, I've always viewed it as, a type of medicine, podiatric medicine. but I know the podiatrists feel differently.
Right.
Um,
Actually, a follow-up to that, are podiatrists MDs with a specialty or something different?
they have a different, what is it? What is it? I should know.
Well,
It's a different, they have a different doctorate.
okay.
Education is different
Yeah,
criteria.
yeah.
But
I know there's,
Yeah.
in the doctor end, you've got MDs and ODs and NDs,
Yes.
and they all kind of go through similar but different things. Is podiatry within that range of difference or something much more different, I guess is.
So that's my understanding. I know that they disagree, but that's my understanding. Our board of medicine currently regulates DOs and MDs.
Yep.
And other states have actually separated the two, but we regulate both. And so this is proposing to bring in the additional.
All right. I'll let Bailey go first. He hasn't asked anything, and then
I do
Manchaputi.
recall them feeling, well, I don't know what they felt, but they pointed out that doctors often don't ask people to take their socks off.
Well.
They were the only ones that actually looked at feet or the color of feet, or they were just distinguishing themselves that unless you had a specific foot complaint, the doctor wouldn't necessarily pay that much attention to your feet, whereas they did.
I heard that, and I'm sure that's true to some extent. My primary care doctor actually does look at my feet. Any general visit. But there's significant differences between different medical specialties as well. I mean, the radiologist isn't going to look at your feet unless you're getting X-ray of your feet.
Granted.
But okay, Representative Manchaputi.
Yeah, a couple of questions in terms of in other states neighboring, how is this going to impact our compact in terms of if podiatry and medicine is separate in other states, and will that affect our compact participation?
No, correct the record. DPM is their degree. It won't impact compacts. I mean, the medicine compact is strictly for certain physicians. I actually don't like the compact. I find that our process that we adopted here last year is much more efficient. It currently takes about 6 weeks to get somebody licensed under the compact. But putting that aside, it's not going to impact our state participation in the compact.
There was two questions. The second one was,
Go
the
on.
podiatrist, is it separate board and separate licensing in other states?
Yes.
Representative Brown, and then Representative Gould. Sorry, he got in there.
Was she first?
I think you were, but go on.
Okay,
I'm not
all right.
too worried about it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Courtney, how many, you probably don't know this. It appears that we have a separate board for kind of a separate degree. Does that happen often? I know that's a really broad question, but it seems like they could be all lumped in medical. And if the gentleman back there disagrees, I'd love to hear that, but compared to some of our other boards.
So I'm sure Dr. Conway has an opinion on this, and I would be really interested in hearing it because my understanding is there has not always been acceptance of other types of degrees like chiropractic, naturopathic, even podiatric medicine. And I think that may have contributed to why they haven't been regulated under one board historically. But obviously there are differences. And so, yeah.
Follow up?
Follow up.
It's just because you could break engineers out into separate boards if you wanted to, because some of those disciplines are quite different from each other. Just a comment.
So, any follow up on that? Is having DOs and NDs together in the Board of Medicine with MDs, does that cause serious problems? Has that worked okay?
DOs and MDs, no, that's been fine with the Board of
And
Medicine.
NDs as well.
NDs are
Oh,
regulated
that's right. They're
separately.
separate.
Yes.
That's right. Thank you.
That probably would be problematic.
Representative Gould.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion if you're ready to accept one.
I'm okay with that. Yep. And that's so. We need a second. And what's the motion first of all?
I move we ITL this bill.
Okay. And somebody want to second it? Okay. Second. Okay, so Representative Gould, speak to your motion.
For many of the same reasons as my previous motion on the previous bill, I think that we've made a lot of changes, that the board is continuing to work through the process with OPL. I think that we have an oversight committee that's looking at how that process is moving, and rather than overwhelm, the difference, in my opinion, we discussed a difference between podiatry and whether it could be in or should be in. Or, the fact of the matter is, it has not been in. It has been a separate board, and we've made a lot of changes, and let's give people a year at least to work with the oversight committee, continue to work with OPLC, and next year we could look at this matter again.
Representative Manchaputi, you want to speak to your second?
Yeah. We were not able to address, I 100% agree with Representative Gould. And also we did not address the fact that number of members, shrinking the board, increasing the responsibility, that especially this is medical board. And this affects the public safety even more. And we got to be very careful in how we do that, how we implement that. So with that, I think giving another year to see how it all works out would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so on that point, just a procedural thing, if we were, let's say, to defeat the ITL, if that were to happen, that then we could proceed to recommend an amendment, and which, you know, I'll give my position. So I think that podiatry is another form of a doctor, you know, some type of doctor. I know the training's different. So I'm going to vote against the ITL, although my view isn't super strong on that. But if the ITL were to be defeated, we could then move to make an amendment, which I would suggest to change the, you know, the current membership of the board that's in the bill. So that's a good point. And the same, you know, part of the reason it isn't a strong position is that I think there might be some benefit to doing it. It's probably not huge. And there is still I think there's less of an issue maybe in these boards, having them settle down from the changes we made last year, because it sounds like that's working pretty well. There's more of an issue on the boards in the previous bill. And so while I saw, and you know, so, but any other discussion before we take a vote? Representative Gould.
Well, I just would say we did not hear from the podiatrist at this hearing, so
I would have been glad to have had them, but they're not
I
here.
know.
Okay.
But I have all opposition
Well,
for this one.
I will say to that, because that point's been made before. Well, certainly that's something to look at. You know, if the legislature, this is the regulation being done under the authority of the legislature. And, you know, it's our duty to do what we think is best for the people of the state. And, you know, there may be, you know, especially before there was licensing, there may have been people who are practicing in the field who might have opposed licensing. But that doesn't mean that the legislature shouldn't have done what they did. So, you know, while that's of interest, it should not be determinative.
No, I agree. I'm just taking it on a totality.
Sure. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you make a good point. I think I'm kind of in the same mindset that you are. I wouldn't oppose ITL if we all agreed to follow that through on the day we exec the bill. However, if it doesn't pass, I think we should talk now about what our amendment would have for membership. I agree. We should have we shouldn't
Well,
that we should have an amendment that
we-
has an acceptable.
we have
vote.
this motion on the floor. If the ITL passes, and that's our recommendation of the committee, there's nothing to keep someone from bringing an amendment to the full committee and, you know, argue against ITL before the full committee and offer the amendment. It will have less of a chance than if the subcommittee did. But I don't think we can get into discussing that while we've got an ITL motion on the table. So Representative Gould.
I'll just sum up with my husband has observed much of the proceedings of this body, and he has decided that our state motto should go from live free or die to now is not the time. And I would say on this bill for this year, now is not the time.
My condolences to your husband watching all this. But anyone else on the ITL motion? I think we've all pretty much said, okay. So Representative Brown,
Yes.
yes on the
Yes.
ITL. Representative Bailey,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Manchaputi,
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair's going to vote no, but he's not terribly upset. So, okay. I'm going to close the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1285 and get organized, and then briefly, if you'd like, because we got a big bill ahead of us. But while I'm getting organized, okay.
I didn't comment on it in my written testimony, but there is a bill, House Bill 322, specifically looking to study the Board of Medicine. And the Board of Medicine has gone through several audits in the past. The most recent one is 2008. I don't recall the dates on the other ones, but that's
Sorry, it was House Bill 322?
322. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that is something to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, actually, that would have been good to know because that would have been another reason to wait until that, assuming that bill passes, we don't know. It's interesting, we haven't, that must have gone to HHS, I suppose.
Relative to establishing a committee to study the New Hampshire Board of Medicine.
Was it under HHS committee? Or Commerce, probably, I would think, anyway. We can,
HHS.
yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to open the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1271. I just want to give you my thoughts on how to proceed and see if people agree. Most of this is converting boards from to an advisory board. There's one case where it's merging boards, massage therapists and reflexology, and some other things. And, if we were to, retain even any of this bill, we're going to have to get rid of the section that eliminates the Board of Registry of Medical Technicians, since we already did that. At least we recommended it in 1410, I think it was. And so I think what we'd like to do is maybe talk a little bit and have some input from OPLC, although Mr. Osterhaus did send in, he had emailed initially to some of us and then it was shared with the full committee, their take on, actually I printed copies, so I'll hand them out.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3. I can hand those on OPLC's take on advisory boards. And so I'd like to talk about advisory boards in general first, and then I'd suggest that we go through these one at a time, these 8 of them, and to see which ones, we may make different decisions on different ones. And first one will be acupuncture, and I think we have a couple people from the acupuncture community here to talk on those specifically. But so people can look at that, and if you have any questions for anyone from OPLC related to the general topic of advisory boards, maybe they can come up and answer them. And actually, Mr. Oster, if you could come up and just kind of summarize them, and then we'll see if there's any questions. Because I'm not sure people, I don't remember when this got emailed to the full board, and so I'm not sure if people had a chance to look at it.
I think it went out Wednesday to the full
Yeah,
board.
okay.
Douglas Osterhout, OPLC General Counsel. So I put in my email that this was not really something I ever intended to share. It was just kind of conversations I was having with board members or members of the public and just kind of jotting down notes for my own benefit. but it sort of goes through if I was going to have a conversation and explain to somebody what an advisory board was, sort of the office's role, just how I envisioned an advisory board working within the office. And I hopefully that, I mean, it's bullet points, just talking points. They kind of speak for themselves. But it just touches on like the first bullet. There's a lot of questions around subject matter experts and how it is our responsibility as protectors of the public to always rely on subject matter experts, advisory board, non-advisory board. The Sherman Act coverage, which I think we have talked about quite a bit in hearings, but just that sort of liability on the individual, on the state, if those market participants and there isn't adequate state oversight. One of the concerns, again, it has to do with the subject matter experts is, does this put too much power in the hands of the executive director? Can the executive director go and promulgate rules without any board input? And I genuinely don't think that's the case, because I think in statute, we are required to work with the boards to promulgate rules, to come up with the right rules. And there's also opportunities built in the system in 541. There's public hearings, there's opportunity to comment. And if the boards feel they aren't being heard 100%, they're going to show up at the jail car and say so. I've seen it happen. So, not with this agency, by the way. And then non-advisory to advisory, it's the same kind of thing. If you have a well-functioning advisory board, really from the board's perspective, you shouldn't see a lot of difference as far as you're still going to show up. You're still going to be help drafting rules. You're going to promulgate rules. A lot of the benefits come, though, when there's changes that are proposed at the jail car, or they're kind of effective and efficiency changes. It's more of a lean process, Bill, in my opinion, than anything else. Is we don't have to wait another month to send a proposal to the board and have them vote on it. We can contact board members, we can have the conversations, and maybe we can move things along. And then the other one is, again, from our perspective, advisory, non-advisory is not in any way a reflection on the profession itself. A lot of these are legal concerns, are efficiency concerns. To me, it's protecting the state. It's helping in some cases move things along just a little bit faster. And so that's kind of what I summarized in here. Just these are the talking points if I was going to try and put somebody's mind at ease about advisory versus
And
non-advisory.
one clarification is when you're talking about liability, you mentioned the state, you also mentioned individuals. Are those the individuals serving on the board?
Correct.
Okay, so they're open, if there were an antitrust lawsuit, are they open to individual liability?
Potentially. I mean, it's a stronger argument for personal liability without the advisory board place, especially in these boards where there's only a handful of people in the profession or individuals participating.
Okay. Any questions for Brown and then Manchaputi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have to clarify that for me. So all of our boards now, how are they covered?
Summer.
From a
As state
liability
actors, they'd be covered under 99D.
Okay.
So essentially, if you're acting in good faith on behalf of
Yeah.
the state, the Attorney General's office is going to come in, they'll defend you, and more than likely there won't be personal liability. And I'm speaking in kind of I'm doing that attorney thing where it's always a maybe, right? Because I never know what's going to happen or the particulars of a case, but there's much better protections in place if you're acting with that state coverage than when it's not there.
A follow-up.
Follow up?
So, so that wouldn't be the case in the advisory board, or am I totally lost?
Do you want to do it? What the advisory does is give more state oversight, and so that just creates a better argument for why there should not be personal liability should something happen, should the board be sued.
And just to follow up to that, I know in the South Carolina case that's been talked about, was there actual individual liability found for the board
So-
members?
That I don't know, but
Okay.
the issue is really this. If the actor is not a member of the profession, then it undercuts the argument that there's any antitrust issues going on. because I'm a lawyer. What do I care if the podiatrists have, if we're limiting competition? So that's really the theory there in the antitrust world, is that the final actor is not a member of the profession.
Yeah, as I understand it, the issue is you have people who are in the profession determining who can be in the profession and how they get dealt with if they're accused of something, and that's kind of problematic. Yeah, Paula.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry,
No,
everybody
no,
in the
go
room.
on, go on.
So for that question, is there a difference between an advisory board and a board or a board? So our boards aren't advisory boards. Or I'm going totally backwards now.
We have 7 right now that are advisory. And one of them before you right now is massage and reflexology. And I have spoken with the massage board, advisory board, and they would like to be merged. They think that reflexology, Asian bodywork, and structural integration should be part of massage. It used to be part of massage. I guess there was a separation conflict in the profession years ago, but they think they should be back together.
Okay, we can get into the details on that when we get down to that one. Anyway, Representative Manchaputi.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair. I'm seeing Representative McGuire there. So advisory versus non-licensing board, legal versus fiduciary responsibility of individual board. Can you just tell me a little more about the difference, or is there no difference?
So really the issue is this: when we talk about market participants making decisions that impact competition in the field, the argument is that, and this is what the Supreme Court recognized, that although we, because I have multiple hats too, can wear multiple hats, you can't truly ever take off your professional hat. And that there is an argument to be made. There are concerns regarding antitrust. And so with respect to liability and immunity, if you make a decision recklessly, in this case, if you make a decision to regulate, impose requirements to limit competition, and you should have known that that was going to happen, then technically under 99D, you may not be subject or entitled to indemnification and defense. So that's the issue. But if at the end of the day, on an advisory board model, they make a recommendation to a body that is not a member of the profession, that really provides them with coverage because they didn't make the decision.
Maybe I can, just a moment. I think there might be, and correct me if I'm wrong in stating this. So with a regular board, as far as rulemaking on things like how you get a license or other things, the board actually does the rulemaking, hopefully in consult with help or staff help or whatever from OPLC, but they're responsible for doing the rulemaking. And if there's a complaint, they actually make the decision on how the complaint's going to be handled. But an advisory board, the rulemaking is actually done by OPLC in consultation with the board, but the ultimate responsibility for those rules is OPLC. And similarly for adjudicating complaints, either it's obvious an OPLC can deal with it, or if there is some, you need subject matter information, either you can get it outside or you could consult with the board, but ultimately that decision on the adjudication is the responsibility of OPLC. And that's how you get away from people who are they're working in the field, from being put in a position of making decisions that directly affect their peers, which could be a problem. Is that good?
That's absolutely correct. And I think my body art microblading example that I previously testified to is a great example of that, because had that board not been advisory, they would not have moved forward with the rulemaking based on the pressures they were getting in the industry. But they had a statutory obligation to do so. And those reasons were purely based on limiting competition. So that's a prime example.
So, the point is there have been, although I don't, as far as I know, we haven't been sued on it. You can correct me, but there have been situations where if we were, it could have been, you know, dicey, if nothing else.
Yes, we weren't sued on the body art because I said, too bad, so sad. We need to move forward with rulemaking, and we now have rules because they're advisory board. So I was able to step in and make those rules.
Okay, thank you. Representative Manchaputi and then Brown.
So, I'm trying to follow the path here. So last year, legislation did a lot of changes to take the rulemaking or licensing from the regulatory board to give it to OPLC. And they are rulemaking for the profession, but not licensing. That would help with the profession growth or new licensees, the competition. If I correctly say, you're blind to, when a new applicant submits an application because it's not a professional, it's not a, so the OPLC is blind in that sense to say what the applicant is. So I see that. Did that change the regulatory board's function in terms of making that more an advisory role versus regulatory board? Because that function was removed from the legislation. Do you know what I'm trying to get at?
I think a lot of the changes gave the process piece to the OPLC, but as far as like licensing criteria, that would remain with the board, and the OPLC wouldn't have the authority to force them to rule make or not to. Does that?
Follow up.
Yeah, so in that case, is it a good balance at this point when the shift is happening to leave it at regulatory board, and automatically when that things changes, it becomes an advisory, mostly an advisory role because it's not completely transition?
That's a challenging question, I think, because you'd have to look at each board. Right, there's different circumstances for different boards. Some boards, I mean, we had a conversation just a few minutes ago. Board of Medicine, their transition to us processing the applications has gone very smoothly, where it's been more challenging for other boards. So it's sort of a challenging answer. But again, I also want to point out that a lot of this is for the protection of the state and for the protection of the individuals serving on the board. And again, if it is a well-functioning board, regardless of whether they have the authority, we have the authority, we're going to try and have that collaborative experience and draft good rules.
I would
Hang on.
I would agree with that. I would also say that it certainly limits the risk, but to Doug's point, you need to look at the actual board to understand the significance of the risk. Midwifery, for example, that has on average 30 members or licensees, and they all know each other. I would say that's a pretty high risk.
Which one was that?
Midwifery.
Okay, yeah.
Other boards, if and this is not contemplated, but if you had 10,000 licensees, and the licensees didn't own businesses but worked in different facilities, that's probably low risk. So I think those are the things that you need to look at.
And I'd like to add something that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. If it's a regulatory board rather than advisory, they make the rules, or they could choose not to make the rules. And I think, as the example she gave, there have been cases where boards maybe didn't entirely agree with what the legislature did in statute and declined to create rules at all. And that puts OPLC in a position where they are statutorily supposed to do things, but they don't have the rules to do it. But, hopefully, the boards and OPLC work well together, and a lot of, most cases, I hope it works. But in the cases where a board chooses not to, if they're advisory, as she had mentioned in the one case that actually happened, OPLC can move forward and actually get the rules created that the legislature wanted them to do. Is that good summary?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you. Representative Manchaputi.
Yeah. So
So, sorry, well, quick follow-up and then Representative Brown.
So where does the GELCAR come into this advisory, regulatory, and force not forcing, I don't want to use the word forcing, facilitate or enhance OPLC's ability or the legislative mandate to be implemented? Does JELCAR play a role?
No. So, I mean, the legislature will say you have an obligation to draft rules. And unless you bring rules forward to jail car, there's no review. So that's the challenge.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, except that your rules would expire and you would have none.
Eventually,
Potentially.
10 years.
If you're up against expiration, then you have to renew. If you don't, then you have none.
Certainly, unless your goal is to not have any rules and not implement the statutory objective.
Right, right. So,
Mm.
why would not, in this case, every board be an advisory board if we want to provide indemnification for our volunteers?
I think we recognize that's not practical. In New Hampshire, we have a long history of a regulatory framework that has independent regulatory bodies. We have fully functioning larger boards that meet regularly. And I think we can minimize that risk through training and providing staff support. But when you have a board that doesn't meet regularly because there's not a lot to do, it increases the risk because they're not trained. You have to continue to train them and provide that staff support. And then when you have a board that, is 5 members of, let's say, 100-person licensee population, that also increases the risk. I just don't think it's practical.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on this? And this, right now, I just want to do this first part to make sure people have a real understanding of advisory versus regulatory boards and what the issues are. So anything else specific to that?
My just question to, or maybe the chair, or is this sweeping change of everything, listing every board and every conversion, is one size fit all kind of approach? That might be a little more
I mean,
difficult.
my view is that, I mean, I would support making every board an advisory board, but there are people that have a different view. But I think, and you can answer, I think these are some of the boards where there might be more issues, maybe because there aren't a large number of people licensed or for other reasons. Is
Can
that,
I,
Yes, I think Representative McGuire testified that it was fewer than 500 licensees or 200, with the exception of massage therapy, but it's already a massage, or it's already an advisory board.
okay, yeah. So that there's, so it's not just a sweeping everything. There's 57, I think if I remember correctly, boards, 7 are advisory already. This is addressing really 8 because we got rid of one.
yeah. Oh,
And
one
so, and these are the
follow-up.
ones where these concerns about a regulatory board are the biggest. So it's not sweeping everything. It's ones that have some similar characteristics. Okay.
Maybe this can either OPLC can answer. Of these 9 or 10 boards that are on 8, how many voluntarily wants to shift from advisory to, regulatory to advisory or advisory to regulatory? Do you have any idea?
So I know nursing home administrators is interested because they've had some tough cases lately and they don't like opining or making decisions that impact their peer group, which makes sense because it's such a small field. And massage hasn't questioned whether they should be advisory. They are advisory and they are interested in merging with reflexology.
Follow up?
So that out of 8, 3 are on their own want to be an advisory.
Well, I
Or
haven't
merge.
had direct conversations with GAO. I mean, they've only met a couple of times in the last year. Family mediators just had 2 meetings, but prior to that had not been meeting. And that board, there are some significant challenges because there are about 50 licensees there. And I have
Which one is that?
family mediators.
Okay.
I know Midwifery Council had previously agreed to different language not contained in this bill. I know that they don't like the concept, but they did agree to language that would move them to an advisory model, and I'd be happy to provide you with that.
I think somebody did show up from the acupuncturist board in opposition.
Correct.
Um,
We had a
But-
robust public hearing.
Yeah, I would say that, well, it would be, it's great if the board supports it. I wouldn't say that should weigh heavily because there are, I mean, that, even asking the board in one sense puts them in a difficult position. So the question is, you have people who work in the field regulating their peers. And if you ask them and they say, no, we want to stay a regulatory board, you're kind of,
No, I'm
Putting
not
them-
asking
you know,
for
yeah.
asking them,
Yeah.
but I said if on their own they've said, it would be a much better functioning for our profession, there is an inclination to cooperate rather than forcing something, and it's all a volunteer one. So instead of getting that, if there is a buy-in already and they're coming up with that,
I understand that. My only thing I'd say is there have been cases, and there's a particular case that I think we dealt with prior to this year, where the board was not creating the rules that statute told them to. And in that case, moving them to advisory is not something I would be asking them. So that's all. And I hope this is rare and most of the boards are working well with OPLC. Representative? I'm not. I've really cut your pay now because I don't think she's going to let you serve here and still work there.
This is just kind of anecdotal, but it's also tangentially related. But I've also had members of the public, both with boards that have gone advisory in the past, and I don't want to specify which one, but one of the ones on this list where members of the public have come forward and said they appreciated the board going advisory because the board had not been responsive to the members of the public, whereas the OPLC was able to do that. So I also just want to put that on the table. Even if the board may not be, we have heard cases where the public appreciates it.
Well, let me get somebody else. Representative Brown?
I have two questions, Mr. Chair. Maybe you could clarify what Director Courtney said, or she can. The decision to go to advisory was less than 500 licensees, or was I not hearing?
Maybe it
that?
was 300, I don't remember. 200?
Yes, it was 200. Representative Gould corrected me, thankfully. It was
Okay,
200.
thank you. So, and follow up,
Certainly,
second
yeah,
question.
yeah.
Looking at page 44 and 45, my quick count, which could be not quite accurate, but I'm showing there will be 11 advisory boards and approximately 44 other boards. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay.
If there's someone
14 advisory. Well, you'd be merging massage and reflexology.
Okay,
Oh.
but we're
Oh, yeah.
about.
About the same.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to move on from this. I mean, it's about 20 of noon.
Would you like a motion, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm not looking for a motion, just a moment. We're going to get to acupuncturists in a minute. This wasn't, I mean, unless somebody wants to make an ITL on the whole bill, which I would not like to get. But this was just, these all but a couple of these deal with moving from a statutory to an advisory board. So I thought it'd be useful to have that discussion up front instead of for each one of them. So I'm not looking for motion.
Oh, my motion would be OTP, but if you're
Oh,
not ready for that,
Actually, I'll be glad to take OTP.
I move I move OTP on House Bill 1271.
Hang on. You have a point? No, we actually have to have an amendment.
I was just going to say
That was
because
number
of
9.
1410. Yeah.
Okay, I would, if you want to go that route, you need to, it needs to be with an amendment that eliminates the section in here dealing with the Board of Registration of Medical Technicians, because in House Bill 1410, we already got rid of them. But you can make that motion. We don't have to have the amendment drafted today. I mean, if make
Please
a
read-
motion with an amendment. Actually, why don't you make a motion with an amendment to that effect first, because we're going to need it anyway, and then we'll move to OTPA if that's what you want to do.
Okay, I move that we amend House Bill 1271 to eliminate the section you just mentioned.
Okay, that's,
Section 83 of the bill, registration of medical technicians.
right, it's page 39, line 7 through 44, line 11, or 7 to 11. And, which is, it's a multiple sections in there, but that's, okay, great. I'll second it. That was, hang on a moment, that's Gould.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yep,
Would that also include page 44, line 89?
right, there's, the
True.
list would also have to be amended.
The definition of board, that's all of the medical, I think that's all of the medical technicians, isn't it? I was just.
Well, actually, there is there's a
So on line 8, 9,
page
10,
44.
11 on 44, certainly line 10.
Right,
because-
I think I said through page, 40, through page 44, line 11, through
Perfect.
that.
Yep,
Right.
thank you.
So that is included, yes. Someone seconding this? Actually, I said I would. sorry.
Yeah. I can't support it.
Well, no, this amendment, if we do anything other but a final ITL, this is sort of like, we have to because we passed 1410. And so it'll take it out of here. Now, if, let's say the full house does ITL is 1410, then that's fine because medical technicians won't be taken out by that bill. And if we do pass some version of this, they won't be taken out by this if we adopt the amendment. So I don't see what your concern is about adopting this amendment.
Not just medical technician with this one, it's also, gosh, where is that one line I'm trying to look at?
If it includes something more than medical technicians, then
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did not
there is,
intend that. So
oh gosh.
page and line.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Oh, shoot. The imaging, imaging,
page
that
and- page and
is,
line?
hang on. Imaging radiology, page 44, line 25.
No, I was only removing through line 11 on 44.
No, I understand.
That we're
But this would
talking
cha-
about the amendment.
Oh, do you want to?
No, I'm not saying
Okay.
remove, but we are just doing piecemeal of amendment. There are others that are in the bill that
So what
contradicts.
line, page and line are you concerned about?
44, she said 44.
Page 44, we removed it in
What
1410.
line? I need a line.
25, but I have to see corresponding.
No,
We removed,
in 1410, we removed it from the bill, leaving it in statute.
correct.
And this,
We'll change it into advisory.
oh, I see your
Yeah,
point.
yeah. So there is a conflict. What we
Ah,
removed in 1410.
Okay, that is, now is there, that's interesting. In the
Representative-
sections up front, yep.
If I may, if you're talking about medical imaging, they're already advisory.
Oh, okay, so not an issue.
I mean, it doesn't need to be here.
Well, no, this is saying replace all of that section, the whole list, with a new list.
No,
Yeah.
I understand, but it says repeat. If you see page
Yeah.
44,
Yep,
okay, it's all. Why is it double then? It's already if it's an
No.
advisory board, why it should
on
say
line 12 and 13 of that page, it says that RSA is repealed and reenacted to read as follows. So instead of making individual line edits, they just replaced the whole thing. And so this includes the changes, makes them advisory board, but the boards that already existed are still in here with the same status as they were before. And since medical imaging and radiation therapy now are advisory, they're listed here also as advisory. I mean, that's just
okay,
the way that
it's
bills
not
work.
making. It's maybe my brain is.
Yeah,
So
you can explain it better.
I think, Representative, that when you look in the existing law, the line says the exact same thing, Advisory Board of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy.
And
So
you're
what they've
replacing
done,
some- yeah.
because there's so many changes to this list, we wiped out the whole list in the RSA and just replaced it with a new list to make it easier, I think, overall, rather than repealing and reenacting all the individual items. Does that
I,
make sense?
I get it, but this is making a sweeping change saying every board is an advisory board.
So, no, it's not. First of all,
already-
there's a
they
lot
already
of here that are not advisory board. And so the thing is, this amendment is just dealing with the medical technicians. Now, if we move, and it's not saying, you know, if we move forward and the committee were to vote OTPA, and the full, you know, the House did and everything else, then it would make changes for, you know, for the 8 remaining. Actually, only 7 would become advisory boards because 1 already is. But we're not deciding that right now.
So if I
Because we could decide, you know, working in the subcommittee further, let's say we want to actually move some to advisory boards and not others as part of that, you know, add-on amendment, we would need to make changes in this list, and that's fine. So saying that we're doing this isn't like a final amendment. This is like we did with 1410. We agreed to pieces, and then all the pieces got merged together in one amendment.
so if
I
could-
like that approach where 1410 we did it bits and pieces
And,
then.
and we're doing the same thing
Yeah,
here in my
and
view.
not making a motion to out of pass at this point. We did sections and then we met again.
that's
to-
that's a-
yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
So it's in the existing law, that line you're mentioning is exactly the same words. So what this list has done, everything that we're suggesting to be changed within the body of the law is changed in that list. Everything we haven't changed remains the same. It was just easier to make a whole new list than doing individual line item
So
changes.
voting in support of this amendment does not commit anyone to either OTPA or to not making other changes. It's just, I think this is necessary because when this goes into effect, it can't repeal that section because the section will be gone, or there'll be conflicts between the 2 bills. But it's kind of, you know, it's not even housekeeping. It's just to.
It's not how
Not
it's
cause a-
sweeping changes or
Well, this
Sweet.
amendment does not in itself say whether or not we're going to make sweeping changes. All it says is if we, I mean, I would hope everybody would vote for this amendment. Now, that doesn't mean you need to vote for OTPA, which would be the next motion. But if we do anything with this bill other than ITL, which may be what we do, but then we should vote to adopt that we should recommend this amendment. Now, if in the end the committee votes ITL on the whole bill, we're not going to recommend an amendment. I mean, this isn't some binding thing. Okay?
One more follow-up.
Yes?
So if I may, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Sorry to jump in.
Yeah.
So Representative Mangiaputi, so the only changes that would be made are the ones that are before the list. So the specific sections are the only boards that would be changed. This list is not a massive change. So everything that has been changed in here will end up in the list. Things that haven't been changed in here are the same in the list as they are in the current law. So the list is not an overall massive change.
I understand, Representative Brown. Thank you for clarifying some of it. When I'm looking through 46 pages of this bill, there are so many lines crossed off, and then you know,
What I'm planning on doing with this, I mean, if we decide OTPA, which I'm fine with, but some people may not, then yeah, we won't look through all the rest of the bill in detail. If we don't do that, then my intent would be to go through section by section, as we did with 1410, and talk about whether it makes sense to do a move to advisory for any one of them. And then if we decide to move individual ones to advisory, then we can look at the language and say, is there anything in here that isn't okay and we need to change? I mean, that's the idea. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, Representative Gould.
Procedural question.
Certainly.
So right now, we're talking about a specific amendment to clean up the language in this bill to match
Correct.
what we've all agreed on recently as a subcommittee regarding the medical technicians. Then, once we decide on that amendment, we can have the OTPA discussion.
If somebody makes the motion.
We can have a discussion on that that could include anybody bringing up any concerns they have with the language and or before the amendment. Either way, my request would be that we'll ask people to bring their objections to any part of the bill forward rather than go through it piece by piece where there's no objection.
The only issue, and I'd be wonderfully happy with an OTPA out of the committee. The only issue I have is if we do OTPA, if that motion, can we take a vote on the amendment first before we get to a motion we don't have yet? Okay. All in favor of amending to remove those lines I mentioned about medical technician?
Aye.
I,
Anyone opposed?
No, with just the technical.
Right. Okay. So we've gotten that, and then I'm open to another motion.
And so that's my procedural question.
Yeah.
Should we make the motion and have the discussion where people bring up any
So here-
objections, or do we want to have the discussion
I would,
and then make the motion?
I would suggest, the problem, here's the deal. And this is me trying to not take advantage of the fact that we're 3-2 on this committee. So, I mean, I don't know, I don't presume how anybody's going to vote, but if you make the motion, I'll be glad to second it. We take a vote, it ends up, I don't know, could be 5-0, but it's 4-1 or 3-2 or whatever. If the motion passes, then we're done. Okay, which I'd be glad, it's getting lunchtime. But to be fair, if your intent is to then go over parts of the bill, I would suggest you not make the motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to hear what the objections are. I don't
Well,
want to
then-
review what we all agree on.
Then what I would like to do, and people can tell me if they don't like it, because there's likely to be, other than the whole thing on whether or not we want to make anything advisory, which I hope, we talked about, what I would like to do is go through board by board. They're in here. Now, we may decide partway through, we don't need to go through the rest, but, so I would, okay, is that, okay? Because I don't know how we do it randomly moving around, but people have issues with particular language. That,
Correct. Is it at this procedurally? Is it at subcommittee level that we say we have interim study, or
but
or
yeah.
is it at the
Yeah,
board level?
Here's what would happen. We could go through like we did on 1410, section by section, and we could take, not a final vote on what we want to do with each section. And then in the end, once we've gone through it, we would need to take, somebody could make a motion, ought to pass with an amendment that makes up all the changes that we voted on, including the one we just did, and like 1410, and then we would recommend that. And the subcommittee would recommend that, and then I'd go to OLS and get it drafted as I did with the other one, and then to the full committee, we would, as a subcommittee, recommend that amendment that consolidated all the changes we wanted, and then recommend ought to pass with that amendment. If you wanted, we can't, I don't think, interim study parts of this. The whole bill is going to either be OTPA, as now we have an amendment, OTPA, ITL, or interim study on the whole bill. But if there's things in here which we don't think are ready for prime time, we could remove them from the bill. They wouldn't be separate interim study, but there's nothing that says the committee can't study them or people can't study them without an interim study. That's clear?
Yeah. Mike, for the clarification,
Yep.
Mr. Chair, this is my first time on
That's
this
fine.
board,
Yep.
this committee.
Yep.
So if, I'm not looking at the 1410, how we did that, that was a good process. Same with 1676, where we did a lot of work and, you brought in one, amendment
Sure.
that full board committee had an opportunity to discuss and dialogue. And that's where I'm thinking our work needs to be done at the subcommittee level to do that work and bring it to the full
That's
board.
what I'm proposing.
Okay.
I'm proposing that we go through we dealt with the part 9 list on the front page in the analysis, because that one we had to do that way. I mean, we don't have a choice, I don't think, unless we want to create two bills that are in conflict. And we had the general discussion on advisory, And what I'd like to do now, if we're, unless everybody's agreed on OTPA, which I don't think they are, I'd like to move forward, because, I mean, if we took an OTPA motion here and let's say it turned 3-2 and then we'd be done, and then we'd end up having this discussion, the full committee, which is not useful. So, okay. All right, so can we proceed? All right. I know 2 people are here on acupuncture. I'm sorry, I recognize the lady with the badge. What is your, OPLC and for, so you work with the boards? Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Sometimes she sits with them, sometimes she.
Yeah, I knew. I just wanted to make sure I knew. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right, so
I didn't turn my mic on for that. But
that's probably good. No, it's all right. Mine's on, you probably catch it. Okay, so taking a quick look at, and if people need a break, why don't we take a 5-minute break or so? All right. All right, we're going to recess for 5 minutes or so.
5 minute? Okay.
Or
I was
if
thinking
you
it's
need a little
noon time.
longer.
Yeah,
what-
I'm just looking, I'll have to check see how it is.
Why don't, 10, would 10 minutes help?
check your,
I'm fine. We'll take a 10-minute, we'll recess for 10 minutes.
yeah, because I'm in the same thing I was last Friday. I have to work tonight, so I gotta be out of here.
When do you have
by
to leave?
2:40, absolutely.
Okay, 2:30 would be
Walking
more
out the door,
comfortable?
yeah.
All right. So 2:30 we want to end by. So yeah, I think I'd like to at least get
Oh,
through,
and I have a parking meter that's gonna end at 10 of 1. Why don't I run out
why
and
don't you do that?
do that now?
I mean, I always park in Store Street, so we don't have that issue, because it's free.
I did, well,
Very much. Now we'll resume the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1271. And I'd like to deal with, if you look at the analysis, the first part, which converts the Board of Acupuncture Licensing into an advisory board and make other amendments implementing this change. And that's on page 1, line 1 through page 6, line 10 of the amendment, of the bill, actually, sorry, of the bill. Page 1, line 1, the beginning, through page 6, line 10.
Just one board. The
One board,
acupuncture.
that's all it is, just all the acupuncture stuff. Okay, and I know we have some people here who'd like to speak on it. You're both welcome to come up and then introduce yourselves and let us know what your take is on this.
Is it red when it's on?
It's red when it's on, and you have to have it pretty close to your mouth, reasonably close.
Hi, thank you for having me back again. I'm Elizabeth Ropp, and I'm a I'm an acupuncturist in Manchester.
And I'm Tracy Brandstrom. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Chicago in the social sciences. I do research on the addiction crisis in New England, mainly in New Hampshire and Vermont. And that's how I learned about AcuDetox or ear acupuncture here.
And what was your last name?
Brandstrom,
How spell it if you would?
Brannstrom.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'm a certified AcuDetox specialist or ADS in New Hampshire, which is why I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to provide a few comments. Hopefully it will help you if you're still not certain about where to stand on this. The question that was asked during the committee hearing was, what would change if HB 1271 becomes law? So I have 2 points. First is currently the acupuncture board doesn't have any acupuncture detoxification specialists. They're a lower tier of certification. And it's important that they have representation. And I can point to an example that came up this week since that hearing. The acupuncture board approved rules that will go to the GELCAR next month pertaining to licensure by endorsement. And the rules that the acupuncture board approved for pertaining to acupuncture detoxification specialist conflict with the law. And I happened to see them as a fluke, so I contacted OPLC myself and showed them what the statutes are. But if they had an AcuDetox specialist on the board looking after those other people who are certified as ADSs, that might not have happened. So that brings me to my second point, which is acupuncturists know acupuncture, but we don't know regulation. Executive Director Lindsay brought up the Supreme Court case about the North Carolina dentist versus the tooth whiteners. That's is that the Sherman Act? Oh, okay. So after that precedent was set, the North Carolina Acupuncture Board lost a countersuit to the Physical Therapy Board for anti-competitive behavior. I got my first license to practice in North Carolina, and in 2020, I guess I was still on their email list. So I got an email asking if I personally wanted to chip in to help them cover $60,000 in legal expenses. And that was reduced from $180,000. And just out of curiosity, earlier this week, I went on an acupuncture group on Facebook and I just said, hey, does anyone know if the North Carolina Acupuncture Board was able to pay off their legal expenses from being countersued by the physical therapists? And one person spoke up and he said that he was on the board at the time, that it was the $180,000 and that each individual member of the board was personally sued $5 million. Would you like screenshots? I didn't think to bring them. Okay.
That's all right.
So this, again, we talked about how this would protect the boards. But not only that, it would protect individual practitioners like me. I would think that I could approach an advisory board that has stronger legal counsel from OPLC to talk about ways in which I think our law and our rules are anti-competitive. And then if it's determined that changes need to be made, we can move forward together because everyone's on the same page. And that would save your committee a lot of refereeing between us, which has been happening for some time now. So does that make sense?
If I could just ask a clarification on that. So is it that you could more easily approach an advisory board because the regulatory board has more direct control over you making a living, and if they have an issue with you, you might have concerns? I don't know if that's that's what I heard. I don't know if that's what you intended.
I meant that if OPLC had more direct control over an advisory board, guiding them on how to create laws that are not anti-competitive, I would feel more comfortable going and speaking directly. Does that?
Is it because you think it's more likely they would actually do something, at least in the direction you wanted, or why would it make a difference?
I think that it would be helpful to have the mediation to help us navigate difficult conversations. And then what if I'm wrong? Then there would be an attorney present to say, that's really not something to be concerned about. Or they might say, yeah, actually, we could take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. If you have anything else to say, or are you done?
That's all I have.
Okay, any questions for her from the committee? Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So currently, help me understand, currently the acupuncture licensing board is a regulatory board.
Yeah.
And you would like to see the advisory, convert that into advisory board for two reasons. One is the regulation rulemaking would be a lot more friendlier, not non-competitive.
We're a small profession and we don't get along well.
Okay.
And Director Courtney, just quick, how many licensed by the acupuncture board? Just briefly. I'll have you up here in a bit, but. Okay, so it's
So it's under 200.
it's under the 10.
Okay.
Okay.
So
And-
the
Okay, carry on.
follow you. The second point is the Sherman versus North Carolina Act proved that there is financial liability on the board, on the part of the board members, if they are regulatory board versus advisory board. That's your understanding.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Am
Can
I
I
wrong?
ask for a clarification with the?
I'm going to have Director Courtney, but if you have something brief that she
Yeah,
could come up
that's
now.
no go.
Oh,
Go
from who?
from Doug and attorney and court when they come next.
All
I
right,
can
I'll
ask.
have them up. I was going to let these two people speak and answer any questions that are
No
specific to
worries.
them, and then we'll have the OPLC
Thank
folks
you.
up. All right, so you're done. Oh, wait a minute. You have a question? Anyone else have a question for Ms. Romp?
Yeah, I do. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Brown.
Could you just explain a little bit more what you said about the detoxification specialist? There wasn't one on the board now, which.
Currently, there is no ADS, AcuDetox specialist on the board, but the acupuncture board is made up of 4 acupuncturists and 1 public member. So there's no AcuDetox specialist currently. Like right now, the law and maybe the rules state it's 4 acupuncturists and a public member.
Now, is an just a moment for clarification. Is an AcuDetox specialist considered an acupuncturist? So could they be on the board?
They could probably fill the role of a public member if they were asked to.
No, I meant as in one of the acupuncturist members.
I don't believe so.
Director Courtney's shaking her head, so. Okay, thank you, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. So you said something about, and I wasn't writing fast enough, the board approved rules for acupuncture detox specialist? But the board didn't have one on there to help them put those together? Was that your?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Ms. Brandstrom, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to second the piece about, excuse me, getting over a cold. Second the piece about the importance of having an ADS on the board and having representation for ADSs in New Hampshire. The I've been certified and volunteering as an ADS since 2018. It's a totally different kind of unique genre of acupuncture. We serve different there's so many differences. And ADS is doing something that's more akin to street outreach in a way. You know, last year I set up an ear acupuncture clinic on the State House lawn here for Recovery Day. It's just, we serve different populations. People who will go and see a licensed acupuncturist cannot necessarily afford, or sorry, vice versa. People who will come to get the NADA protocol or ear acupuncture cannot afford to see a license. So there's just so many differences, different interests. Historically, licensed acupuncturists have been very opposed to allowing people like myself to be out on the street doing the simple ear protocol. So there's conflict there. And I just want to stress the importance of having representation on whatever the form the board may take.
Any questions for Ms. Brandstrom? Representative Mangiapudi.
How recent is this specialty in acupuncture? Acupuncture itself is an evolving field. And how recent is this specific ear detox acupuncture field?
It goes back to the early 70s, but yeah.
If you'd like,
It's been going on for decades in the US and globally. I think 1974 was when in the Bronx in New York City, it was kind of like popularized as a movement. And then the National Acupuncture Detoxification Association, or NADA, was formed in the early 80s. So it has a robust history in the U.S. Do you want to add?
thank you.
I mean, I would add that we didn't have the certification of acupuncture detoxification specialists here in New Hampshire until 2017. But in some cases, like if you look at New York State, New York City, where it was pioneered, it was before there were acupuncture laws. And when acupuncture statutes were passed in the state of New York, they did it sort of, acupuncturists came together to wipe out the acupuncture detoxification specialists and get them out of practice. So there is a bit of a contentious history there.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there anything in the way this current bill is written that you feel needs to be changed?
At the moment, no.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the law now, the board consists of 4 acupuncturists and 1 public member. We don't have a public member suggested in this legislation, which would be right in there, right? So on for everyone for page 1, line 15 through 19 is the makeup of the board. Is there, I guess I'll ask you folks, since you're sitting there, are we missing a public member? Is that something we need to do? And then maybe the chair knows why that happened.
From what I understand, listening to other hearings, OPLC have mentioned that it's hard to find public members.
Okay, any other questions?
That
Representative Mangiapudi.
to follow up with
Yeah.
Representative Brown's, that typically you have 3 members. And if it is executive director,
They have 3 members, and one of which is to be an acupuncture detoxification specialist. Current, I mean, that's proposed in the bill. Do you know, you can ask Director Courtney, but do you know offhand the current board membership?
It's right here.
Oh, it's what?
4 acupuncturists. Excuse me, 4 acupuncturists and 1 public member.
Okay, thank you.
so
Any-
in this, sorry, to
Yeah.
follow up.
Sure.
So it's reducing from 5 to 3-member board as an advisory.
Right. Do you have any opinion on that? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, if nothing else for these ladies, I'd like to have the OPLC folks up to answer any, provide some information, answer any questions.
And thank you both for waiting.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here. I know, I had to sit through the other ones. Okay, so, where to start? I guess have you been able to find a public member for this board is one question.
Yes, they do have a long-standing public member. Typically, the advisory boards don't have public members. The theory being that OPLC can basically serve in that function because they're not part of the board, but you could certainly add a public member. We don't take a position on that.
I assume that if we were to add a public member, since you tend to like odd numbers on the boards, you'd want us to add somebody else too?
Correct, 5. Yeah,
Yeah,
5 total.
okay. Representative Mangiaputi?
So to OPLC, thank you, Mr. Chair. For OPLC, this has been an advisory board from.
No, sorry.
Acupuncture board has been an advisory
No,
board.
No, it's not.
the purpose of this, one of the main purpose of this section of the bill is to make it an advisory board. It's currently statutory.
So let me rephrase the question then. So it's been a statutory board for how long?
Ooh, I'd have to go back into the RSAs. I don't know off the top of my head. I can find that answer for you.
Because I think one of the, if my memory serves me correct, it was one of the first alternative therapies that were board licensed or board certified in New Hampshire. Acupuncture was one of the ones.
So 1997.
Correct. Okay.
Effective, yeah, 2000.
1997. So one more follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So the detox acupuncture didn't start until much later, or once we had, unfortunately, became the number 2 overdose state in the country, right?
I'm looking at RSA 328G9A and looks like that statute originated in 2017.
Correct. So this is much more recent in terms of, okay. All right.
Just to follow up on that. So before that, was acupuncture licensed at all or regulated?
Yes. So it looks like acupuncturists have been licensed since 1997 or 1998.
Right.
And they added under the acupuncture board the acupuncture detox specialists in 2017. Some states have put them in under other boards, namely LADAC or alcohol and other drug use professionals boards, but it looks like we put them under acupuncture.
And just a follow-up. So prior to 2017, would it have been legal or illegal for someone to practice the acupuncture detox?
That I don't know. I think the question would depend on whether or not what they were doing was considered acupuncture.
That's the question. So, okay, thank you. All right. So the other thing then, I don't see any other questions related to what we've done so far. And I guess other than going to this section of the bill, other than the changes to the board membership and the changes that were necessary to change it from being a statutory to an advisory board, what, if any, other changes are in here? I haven't had a chance to take a really detailed look.
I have a question for,
Well, I'd like to get an answer to this.
So we got family media. Is that what you're-
No. I'm referring just to the section on acupuncture.
So it removes statutory authority to establish rules for temporary licensure of a visiting acupuncture teacher.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, we've never issued such a license, and those people could be licensed under the PLC 313, so it's not necessary.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking to see.
how,
Are we doing anything other than making it advisory and changing the board membership?
No, there's some cleanup language that is intended to address some of the legislative changes this body has made previously. But no.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's some
hang on,
cleanup
just
language
hang on.
related to the investigative changes from last year.
Right, okay. All right, Representative Mangiaputi.
yeah, page 4, line 22. It says, instead of the board, executive director approved professional trained in AcuDetox. And again, line 25, board is struck out, and is the rulemaking authority shifting from acupuncture board?
That's
to-
what an advisory board means. The rulemaking, actual rulemaking authority, let me find that section,
Is with the OPLC director.
is with the OPLC in consultation with the board. But the actual authority is with the OPLC, and that related to the problem that we had in the past that she mentioned, where the board was required by statute to create certain rules, and they refused to do so. OPLC was, because they were advisory, OPLC was able to create the rules that statute required. Whereas if they were a statutory board, that would not have been possible. Unless
So I
that's-
have one question regarding that, Mr. Chair, if you can indulge me in.
Sure, yeah.
One of the, issue about needle hygiene of the needle and the certified, the course that the
Clean needling techniques.
needling techniques, is it similar with for across acupuncture, or is it different for different areas of specialty in acupuncture? Does OPLC know that?
I would defer to the expert in the room, who is not
And actually,
myself.
I
and-
would say this isn't relevant to the bill, and here's why. I mean, I haven't seen it, but is there language in here that keeps the rules in existence that are there now? To start,
Yes, I'm sorry, it's on page 1.
Yeah.
I think line 6 and 7, right? Now, I have a comment
Right.
about that purpose paragraph. It seems like it's added under the acupuncture. It is added under acupuncture, but it seems like it could be the purpose of the whole bill, but I guess that's another conversation.
yeah, and then I was going to get to that. Some people are uncomfortable, and on the full committee at least, are uncomfortable with to eliminate workforce barriers and provide state supervision over regulatory bodies comprised of market participants. I know certain members of the full committee have an issue, at least with the first part of that, right? And it is in every one of these.
Yeah.
And I am fine taking, we can make a motion for an amendment to take that out everywhere. And
No, that point I wanted to make is that acupuncture is an allied health profession, but at the same time, it's a penetrative, like a needle being
Right, but-
injected, right? The safety, that's my public safety hat comes
Right,
in
but-
and says,
But this is still going to require licensing for everybody who has to have licensing now, and the rules are going to stay the same, and the detox specialists are covered under here, and there is required training. So I don't think this bill would change any of that unless OPLC goes crazy and decides they're going to remove that requirement, which, in rulemaking, somebody would raise an issue if she lost her mind, so. Not that I'm suspecting.
My one last question
Yeah.
in that, is it customary to say replacing the board with executive director, or is it
What
board
page
with
and line,
OPLC?
please?
This is page 2, line,
Oh,
there's
that
one
is-
at the
that-
10.
Yeah,
in
that's
every
that's
place.
language in every advisory board in statute today. Right,
The
I mean,
board, replacing board with executive director, is it not?
that's what changes it, the advisory board, and all the advisory boards that exist today have that language.
I think your question, though, is whether it should be executive director or office. And the typical way of doing that in state government, because the commissioner is responsible for administration of the office, is to identify the commissioner who then delegates that authority.
Right, she doesn't,
Or I'm just thinking, is it should be OPLC, Office of, no.
No, because you need a person who, a state official responsible for executing and implementing the job and implementing the statute.
and since she's the head of OPLC, it ends up saying it's the executive director means OPLC, basically.
Okay.
Mr.
Representative
Chair,
Brown, yep.
And somewhere that should follow through. So usually somewhere back in statute, it says the OPLC and it identifies the executive director. And then every time you see executive director, it means that same
I
thing.
think it's RSA 310 that sets up OPLC would have that in there, and I
So
think,
I see page 1, line 25, the executive director in consultation with the board shall adopt rules.
Yes.
Is this under RSA 541A?
That's the standard rulemaking for all legislation. And so that means that she'd consult with the board, they'd come up with rules, not her necessarily personally, but somebody who works for her. And then that's got to go out for public comment. They take public comment, they have to have a public hearing and, you know, maybe change the rules based on that with the input they get. And then it goes before the Joint Legislative Committee on Rules, which will review it. And that's that whole process. So
No, that gives me a good
you'll
checks
see-
and balance.
I know you're new to EDA, but you'll see 541A through most of our stuff, and that's what it means.
No, I'm just looking at
No, that's-
checks and balances in
no.
terms of, you
No,
know,
she-
not one authority.
Yeah, she can't on her own come up with rules and they become law on her own. There's a lot of process to that, which it should be. Okay, Representative Gould.
Would you like a motion to remove that
would.
language in each of the sections of this bill?
Sure, and so this is an amendment. Now, do you want to remove just to eliminate workforce barriers and remove that? And basically to change it to provide state supervision over regulatory bodies comprised of active market participants, because that's the removing the issues of the board liability or reducing it and the concerns about antitrust suit, and just eliminate workforce barriers and the word and, or do you want to remove the whole sentence up to the comma? I just want to get the idea of her motion, and then we can discuss.
Thank you.
Well, I could be flexible with it, but if the wording to eliminate workforce barriers is an obstacle to getting the bill passed, then my motion would be to remove that line.
Yeah, so it would be to remove the words eliminate workforce barriers and.
Correct.
And I think it's the same elsewhere, but if it's worded slightly differently, it would be basically.
To make it consistent all the way through.
All right, so remove words.
Eliminate workforce barriers and provide, and. Eliminate workforce barriers and.
And this would be throughout the bill.
Correct.
Make us-
You oppose that?
Okay, so I'll second it, actually. So this is Gould, and we can have, then, let me write this down, we'll have discussion. And I think Representative Brown was first, and then Representative Bailey.
Yep. So not every single one of these advisory boards has a purpose statement, but a few of them do. And let's see, let's start with, I made my note here. So page 6 on line 23, 29. Well, there's more of the purpose starting at line 20, but that's an existing law. So a couple of them say to reduce workforce barriers, not eliminate, and maybe that's a better wording. But the purpose here is worded pretty differently than it is on acupuncturists.
Yeah,
And I guess it's fair. Each board could have a different purpose stated, I suppose.
right, I mean, I would
specifically.
take this when I went to OLS and did the amendment, that on page, and we could do them individually, but if I understand the idea, page 6, starting at line 23,
Yeah.
I would just remove to reduce workforce barriers and promote efficiency and economy, and just have it start with the responsibility for implementation of this chapter shall be transferred. Right, I would take, and here's,
There is, Mr. Chair,
is the
if you
same.
see
was
the
wrong.
line 20 to 23 is the original language, and the bolded one refers to workforce barriers.
right, I'm
Right?
saying is to take, the bolded language, to remove everything up to the responsibility. Because the responsibility is stating what this would do. And here's, and actually, President Gould, I mean, really, I should let you first speak about your motion, then I'll speak,
Thank
and then
you.
anybody else. It's the process. But
And I don't mind going through each one, but honestly, on line 23 on page 6, if we remove reduce workforce barriers and it says to promote efficiency and economy, the responsibility for implementation of this chapter shall be transferred to the director, to the executive director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I don't see anything wrong with
right. I
that
mean, if
sentence.
you're, we could go through one by one, but if you're okay with, I mean, I understand what you want to do. So that one, my take on that one is that that sentence would start with the responsibility for implementation and leave the prefatory clause out.
That's fine.
Okay,
And a question on that?
sure. Well, let me
Yeah,
speak
go
a
ahead.
little bit about why I want to. I mean, I don't have a problem with those clauses.
Me
I
either.
don't disagree with them, but I know they make some people, they strike some people on the full committee as they're not comfortable with it. And I don't think they add any value, other than saying why the bill was brought forward. They don't add any value to the actual thing, and why keep something that people are going
Exactly.
to be uncomfortable with.
So, my
And
question.
actually,
No.
Representative Bailey had asked to speak first, and then Manjapudi.
Well, we hear often that the purpose of these licenses is to protect the public. But sometimes I hear things that suggest that we do think of these licenses as a guild. And that's pretty obvious that this is not a guild. It's to reduce workforce barriers.
Right. I don't
I don't think it hurts anything, but I think it underlines the main point. This is for saving lives, not for establishing a guild.
Right. I don't, as I said, I don't disagree with that. I'm just looking at, as a practical sense of getting support for it. That's all. So, I mean, you don't have to vote for it. Go on.
Sorry, and maybe
Actually-
one of the ones that spoke, sorry, did you say me?
Actually,
thought you nodded to me.
I think Representative Manjapudi had a pending question.
Mr. Chair. There were some responsibility was when OPLC got the licensing responsibility last year. It included all these boards, right? It's the shift now, what we are looking at, it's not so much the workforce barrier, or it's more changing the board, who has the regulatory responsibility, who has the rulemaking responsibility, by changing the board from advisory to whichever way, vice versa.
Yeah, so my general position on licensure is that it's a necessary barrier to workforce if to protect the public. So that's the only legitimate reason to license somebody. But it is a barrier because you're requiring somebody to take an affirmative step. And if you have procedures in place and criteria in place that actually is not related to protecting the public, then that becomes an unnecessary barrier. So when we talk about antitrust issues, market participants, some of the concern is that maybe some of the licensure criteria is not a necessary barrier to protect the public because it's completely unrelated or doesn't establish minimum competencies. So if that's the case, then yes, I would definitely say that the purpose statement makes sense to reduce workforce barriers, because what you're saying is we're going to cut out all of the extra stuff that is not necessary to protect the public and make sure that the only thing we're asking for is necessary to protect the public to ensure minimum competency.
So, can I
Oh,
just follow
yeah.
up with that one? So you're saying we are lowering the threshold for public safety?
No, what I'm saying is here's an example with the acupuncture board, with the PLC 313s, which is implementing the statute from last year. So the rules that were referenced by Ms. Ropp were our rules. And so we received her comments and were able to adjust them because they were our rules. The conversation that I had with the Board of Acupuncture was, they should have, our rules said that you should have this level of education, this level of training, pay this fee. Their comments were largely centered around things that I don't think are necessary to protect the public, like the other state should ensure that they are that applicants are required to submit a passport photograph in order to get licensed. And if that state doesn't require that, then we should not find that state has substantially similar requirements. I don't think that submitting a passport photograph is necessary to protect the public, and I actually think it promotes implicit bias in the licensing evaluation process. And so I did not take those comments and include that and make changes in the proposal. So those are the type of things that we're talking about. By eliminating those, what I consider to be unnecessary requirements, you are reducing barriers to entry.
Okay, so we have a motion. This is we have first of all, whether these words are in here or not does not change the effect of the statute whatsoever. And Representative Courtney, not Representative, I'm going to cut your pay too now. Director Courtney. Yeah, that's right. I don't think she's crazy enough to volunteer. No, my statement is removing that language from the purpose statements is not going to have any operational effect in how the whole OPLC works or the boards.
Correct. The only thing that I think we do need is this language that I know this committee was interested in, is requiring the executive director to consult with the advisory board when implementing the chapters, and then keeping the language that says rules in effect on the effective date. That is what we would need from an operations standpoint.
Okay, then we're not proposing changing that, so. Okay, so we have a motion to eliminate the words we've discussed from anywhere in this bill, and I'd like to take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, that's fine. Oh, you are as well? Okay, later on I'm curious as to why. No.
Discussion is closed.
The discussion's closed. Let me, yeah, right. No. I just want to record this. 1, 2. Anyway, it's just a moment.
Yeah,
3-2, so the committee has,
I haven't
Something-
voted yet.
yep. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Can
Carry
you,
on.
what are the words? Because it's different throughout the document, so again. what
So
are
the words that are the effect of eliminate workforce barriers, that part of it. Or in page 6, it was a little more extensive, reduce workforce barriers and promote efficiency and economy. Taking words of that sort out wherever they're in here.
I
think-
found a few more instances.
I'm sure there are
and
more.
If you would like me
Yeah,
to
that'd be great.
give them.
It's
So-
not just email it to them. We know, unless you want to talk to
Well,
them. but-
just so people
we're not
see
doing
that
the
are reluctant to support it. On page 11, if you look at line 28, we would reduce workforce barriers and provide state supervision.
Well, the state supervision we need.
Oh, yeah, to reduce, it's just reduce workforce barriers and.
And, right.
Yep.
That's what I would do there.
Yep.
And I like the way that one's written, but.
And so
So
that's
I'm-
all we're removing is reduce that offensive to some people
So
language.
we
reduce
really are
workforce
back
barriers.
into,
So I'm,
Discussion.
yes, so if we move the language to reduce workforce barriers and to eliminate workforce barriers.
that's
then
the
I'm a-
intent.
Then I'm a yes.
Okay, so the vote is 3-2. And that will be included in, we'll have probably a
But-
final vote on the amendment, but,
Procedural question, Mr. Chair,
Certainly.
Mr. Chair.
yep.
If the two members, if some of the members who voted no didn't understand what we were voting on,
Then somebody
we-
can make a vote to reconsider.
I'm not saying I don't understand what it is, but we'll have another opportunity at the full committee to look at, and the subcommittee is going, it is passing the
And by the way, these
subcommittee.
votes are not, these votes,
they're just guiding you to write an amendment. But if
Right.
we leave it in there, if we don't put it in the amendment and then we have the floor go back, we're wasting, whatever, the lawyers downstairs time.
no, I guess the question is, and this is just general discussion, if there's anybody who voted no on this, who, that would prevent them from, if they agreed otherwise, from voting on the full amendment, to support the full amendment. Glenn, are you?
We have two more chances, right? One is the full subcommittee.
Yeah.
We have to vote and have a discussion.
As
at
a
the full-
subcommittee.
As,
Well,
oh, we have
Like
another.
we did last time on 1410,
yeah.
we'll have a, now hopefully if people have an issue, we'll know before that, but,
Yeah, yeah.
and
I
we-
think that would help in having a cleaner amendment with what's removed
So-
and to see it. And
trying to think of process here. I'm not unhappy. I mean, if there's anybody who is interested in changing how their vote, their vote, how they voted, given the discussion we had during the vote, which was not quite appropriate, maybe, they can make a motion to reconsider. We can do that. Otherwise, all I'm asking is, I just need a yes or no answer. And that's it. If we make this amendment, taking those words out, will that prevent anyone from voting on the final amendment if they agree with everything else in that amendment? It would? Okay. All right, let's set this aside for the moment and
continue.
we'll talk separate and decide.
I do have a suggestion.
Yes,
Real
Please.
quickly. So if you look at page 25,
25.
starting on line 1, that, it doesn't say that it's a purpose statement, but I like, so what's in the law already reads very well, I think. The general court to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of New Hampshire establishes a regulatory program for X, Y, Z.
Page 25,
Sorry.
starting at the top.
Starting at the top. So the non-bold is what's in the law now, and I think that's well said. And then the remainder of it reflects the others that we have.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. Clearly, we're gonna have to meet again on this bill. So, I'd like Representative Gould and anyone else who wants to look through here and find all the places where there's similar language. And I'd like that emailed out just to the subcommittee members, okay? And if anybody has a suggestion for alternate language for those places, like maybe, what's already in statute that, and if ever, send that out an email to just the subcommittee. You don't need to confuse the full committee on it. And then in a later meeting, we can discuss what we want to do, and we can, the sort of informal vote we just took, we could decide we want to do something different. Okay? Excellent, excellent. So, I'll make a motion just to move things along, and this is an amendment. Well, it's not really an amendment. It's just our intent, and that is keep, the part 1 on acupuncture. So keep the changes to acupuncture with whatever decision we just make on the changes to the purpose language, but to keep that in the bill so that we would actually move the Board of Acupuncture to an advisory board.
Second.
Okay, and so that's Lucas, second by Gould. Okay, do we need more discussion? We've spent a while on this. I mean, can we go to a vote? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Right. Accepting the language that's in that part of the bill, dealing with acupuncture, except we may change the purpose statement as part of the general redo of that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the
Yes.
vote is, anyone opposed? That's 5-0. Okay, thank you. So then there's a practical question. It's approaching 1 o'clock. I know some people need lunch. Some people have issues with not going too long without food. So, and I know there's at least one member that needs to be out of here. She's not necessarily the only one. And we need to, and there's someone here who needs to leave at 2:30.
Who would do that?
I would do that. And the thing is, if we left now for lunch, we wouldn't be back until 1:45 too. And so, and I don't want to, and I don't know what your situation is as far as how long you folks can hang around.
I live here.
I live here. You certainly may.
We talked about when next Wednesday when the
in the morning.
in the morning, if we can put this one, at least we have the starting of our subcommittee.
Yep.
Wednesday morning.
Okay. So first of all, well, actually, why don't you ask your question?
So,
And actually, what I'm going to do, if we're not going to continue today, I will close the subcommittee work session, and then we can have that so people are freed up. So if people are agreed, we're not going to continue today. I'm going to close the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1271. What? Unless you have.
I have a question. So,
Oh.
we know the acupuncture board was concerned and they were here.
I'm reopening it.
We heard, sorry, we've heard from a lot of other boards, but no one else is here today. Do we have any stomach for just
No.
going OPA now
On the whole bill?
with the change to, yeah, on the whole bill, with the changes to the purpose statements?
I would be okay with that, but similar to what I said when we started this section, I question whether that would be good, even assuming everybody here agreed.
Okay.
It'd be questioned, whether that would be an issue, although, I don't know. I mean,
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
I would say, we are taking too many votes before we are at least, I don't feel comfortable just saying, okay, fine, we looked at this section and the rest of the, it's a 42
Yeah.
page bill.
My question is, are you willing to sit and go through the family mediator section now and not wait till Wednesday morning?
We
Well-
could do that, or we could, we still have other
I-
votes, right?
I'm not asking you to vote on the whole bill. I'm asking you, will you do the next section now?
can we stick around to do the next section? Is that your question?
Sure.
I can, to make some more
I can.
progress?
I can.
Okay. Okay. In that case, we'll continue. And the folks here, actually, we did vote to do the changing of the acupuncture board to advisory. Now, it's not final. Subcommittee will take a vote on the full amendment, and then the committee and the House and the Senate and everything.
Right.
But for today, you're welcome to stay and watch this, what we're doing. But we're not going to have anything else for you if you'd like to leave. And seriously, thank you for spending the morning with us and into the afternoon, actually. Okay.
Do I need to bring that up or is it good?
What's the issue?
The repeal of the acupuncture
That
board
repeals-
meeting, but it's already in 1410.
No. That's part of this. Let's look at
I didn't know if you knew off the top of your head. but
no, it needs to be, which one is it?
I wrote a
Hang on,
note
hang on,
from
hang on.
before, it's already in
320 See
1410.
that gets rid of 328G6. We're gonna continue, but a brief question still on the acupuncture one, just a technical thing. What page is, what is it?
6, line 9, page 6.
Yeah. I think we're fine, but.
I had made a note before that it's already in 1410, but I can't
No,
remember.
but that's acupuncture. 1410 was medical technicians. Right,
Okay.
different.
Uh,
But 1410 didn't deal with with acupuncture whatsoever, I don't think.
Professional licenses. Was that back?
I hope not.
328G6 would have been,
I hope it's not in there. It's B, not G.
no.
No, I think I looked at that enough. I think I would have caught it. All right.
Okay.
So this is what we're dealing with here. If people are ready to move forward, this section starts at page 6, line 11, through page 11, line 18. And what I would like to do, it's got the thing about the workforce barriers, which we're dealing with separately. So I don't want to get into that on this section.
Mr. Chair, it's not 911. It's line, we are
me
looking
see,
at
did
the
I say-
family mediator 19.
It's Page 6, line 11, am I?
I guess technically.
19.
Oh, no, I probably
It's
made
all
a mistake.
crossed out.
I probably made a mistake.
Line
Yeah,
19.
Okay, thank you
Thank
for the
you.
correction. I will update my notes. Or is
Page
it-
6,
Oh, yeah, I
19.
messed up. Sorry. Thank you. All
I
right,
have a fundamental question.
okay.
To
Okay.
Director Courtney. Is this an advisory board right now, or it's a it's a regulatory board right now?
Yes, correct. It's an independent regulatory board, and I can tell you currently has they had 2 meetings last year. In November, they canceled all but 2 of their meetings.
How often do they meet?
Well, that's,
They had 2 meetings last year. So it looks like every 6 months.
And
And if my memory serves me correctly, they have 47 licensees. I can confirm that for you.
that's
small number.
And our main concern is that there are quorum issues. There have historically been quorum issues. That said, we did just get a new member. Many of these appointments are not by the governor. So it's another part of the challenge. We just get another judicial appointment, and they're very, they're very engaged. But yes, that's the primary issue.
And I
And
don't
wh-
recall any opposition coming from any family mediators to this bill.
I don't recall seeing any.
3-member board, 5-member
So is,
board?
yeah, what is the current membership of the board and how would this part of the bill change it? It's a good question.
So I stand corrected. They have 37 licensees
37.
Oh,
Even worse.
and 5-member board.
Okay, and what would this, does this make changes to the boards? I'm sorry for trying,
It does, so
yeah,
3.
3 members.
page,
It
line,
changes.
Page 7, line 20,
thank you.
and
Yeah,
it
it's-
also changes who appoints one of the judges to the
Yeah,
chief.
that I saw.
24.
Yeah, it changes from 5 to 3.
Yeah, can you talk about the changes and the reasons for the changes to the board?
So I think the idea was to reduce the number of board members to be consistent with the number of board members we typically see on advisory boards. So the first one was one judge who regularly sits in the Circuit Court Family Division, currently appointed by just Judge King, the administrative judge of the Circuit Court. I'm not sure why this was changed to the Chief Justice. I think it could be either way. The second one was essentially removing the public member. So there would no longer be a public member.
And that, again, that's typical for advisory boards?
That's typical. The next change is there's currently a requirement that there be a member of the New Hampshire Bar Association, which is basically any attorney who's licensed in New Hampshire. But we added specializing in family law matters because family mediation, it seems to make sense that you have that experience. And then rather than having 3 certified family members who historically have been nominated by associations, which I personally find problematic just generally because associations, the purpose of an association is to promote the profession, and the purpose of a regulatory board is to protect the public, and they don't always share the same objectives. So when you have an association in Vermont, it's actually, if you're not ethically allowed to be on a board of an association and on a regulatory board. So I find it problematic when associations are doing the appointments because they're likely to find members who are going to further their objectives while being on the regulatory board. So anyways, this was changed from 3 to 1 and then eliminating the nomination by the association.
So,
Mr. Chair,
just quick, I'd like to follow up, then I'll go back to you if that's all right. So having the New Hampshire Bar in there as the association is okay because they're not presumably don't have an interest in family mediation directly, the whole organization, or?
Right. So this goes back to our earlier conversation off the record, which is that every attorney is required to be a member of the bar association. It's not a voluntary association.
But I guess I guess the question is there some organization other than the bar that might be better to do it? But then, I don't know. It's better than giving them all to you to appoint, I suppose.
Or, I mean, you could have the Supreme Court appoint them. They are technically the regulatory body for attorneys. They've essentially outsourced some of that function to the Bar Association, but you could certainly have the Supreme Court do it.
I'm not objecting, I'm just wondering. Okay, Representative Manchaputi?
I just have to go back to a statement you made about the association being a member or board of, a board member on an association. In my profession, I had to be a board member. I mean, not board member. I had to be a member of an association in order to be licensed, in order to be certified in state and like the Speech and Hearing Association. Asha, you had to be a member. Later on, it was changed that you don't have to be a member, but you have to pay dues to the membership. And so there are different professions where being a member of an association will not, you can't have a license.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this doesn't prohibit somebody being a member of the association from being on the board. It's just the association can't pick them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there are two different issues here. Those are essentially association board certifications, if you will. What we're talking about is, let's say you have the New Hampshire Medical Society, which is the professional association for physicians. If you are on that board of directors and your job and your fiduciary responsibility is to promote the profession, and you are also on a regulatory board and your job is to protect the public, they don't always meet in the middle. And so you can be a member of the medical society, but you shouldn't have the fiduciary responsibility as a board member to promote the profession and then also be on a regulatory board, because there could be a conflict of interest. That's what we're talking about.
It's not, okay, I'll figure it out.
Okay. I think the key is it doesn't prohibit the person appointed being a member of the association. It's just the association doesn't pick them. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the cases where that isn't the case, you're getting nominations. Are you getting how do you get nominations then?
Suggestions.
Suggestions? You kind of canvass the industry, or if it right? So it's going to fall back to OPLC. If there's no one nominating, if I'm reading it right, we've taken out nominated by the association, then you're doing the nominations?
Yeah, so typically we send out email blast to all licensees to give everyone an opportunity to submit an application. They put in an application, and then we look at it for experience and their ability to commit to the volunteer time is essentially what it looks like.
I just got to think first. One other question, and that is on page 8, the second line. You can't. It says you can't serve more than 2 consecutive terms, which I'm fine with. What was it before? Was there no limit? Which is kind of.
It said that in the acupuncture too.
And not more than.
Yeah, it looks like there was, it depended on who you were appointed by. So earlier there was some language, if you're appointed by the court, it would be up to the court or the administrative judge how long your length was. And then if you were appointed by the governor, you're eligible to serve more than 3 full consecutive terms. That's just administratively difficult for us to manage, who's up when, if it's just at the determination of a person and not something that we put in the red book.
Okay, and I agree that, this would let somebody serve for 6 years, which probably shouldn't be longer than that. I guess my only practical question is, given the number of people involved in this, is there going to be any problem finding people to serve if they can't serve more than 2 consecutive terms?
That's hard to say. Currently there's 37 licensees. I would hope that we'd be able to find one out of those 37 who hadn't previously served.
And this wouldn't prevent somebody who'd served before from serving again later, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Representative Montepudi.
I do have a comment, and that is, I understand the intention of opening it up to all the licensee that you have access to. But don't you think it's the association is in a better position to nominate somebody, not the board member, association board member, but association member to propose a board member to this OPLC board, advisory board?
Personally, I don't think so because they're going to pick somebody that is going to likely has an interest in what the association is doing. And I think opening it up to everybody, give everybody an opportunity to participate is more in line with what we at state government should be doing.
There's another practical issue here. I don't think that it can work because if an association is going to make a recommendation, that can only be by a vote of the board because the board represents the association. Any random member of the association can't represent the association. They can put themselves forward as an individual.
No, I didn't say they will be board members will nominate, but the association can recommend an individual member to the board for OPLC.
And that gets back to the conflict of interest thing. No, it gets back to the conflict of interest issue. If I'm
No, it's similar to what Director Courtney blasting to 37 members to say who is ready to vote. I may not even know that there's a board exists.
let me ask. So there's nothing to prevent the association from sending you a letter recommending anybody.
No, and we get those all
don't need to
the
have it in
time.
statute for them to be able to do it.
Correct.
Okay, if there is opportunity, that's fine.
Yeah, there is. The distinction is that under the scenario that's currently existing, we can't send out an email blast. The recommendation can or the nomination can only come from the association.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have another question about that particular line, page 8, line 2. No member shall be appointed to more than 2 consecutive terms. On page 1, on line 18, under acupuncturist, it says more than 2 consecutive full terms. I don't know if we want to make that consistent throughout, if it even matters.
Yeah, this actually comes up a lot when somebody resigns midterm, and the question is whether or not they just have to finish out the person's prior term and then gets another full term. I mean, so I would say full term to make it clear.
All right. No more than 2 consecutive full terms.
Wherever that shows up in this.
Yeah, and if we notice it anywhere else, we can do the same. Okay, is there, other than changing the board membership and how they are selected and making this, and I see there's something about, electing the chairman, is there anything else in here that makes any change other than those necessary for making it an advisory board? Is it doing anything else?
What about these deletions?
Where?
Page 9.
9.
Mr. Chair?
I'd like to get an answer to this, and now,
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on,
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry. Deletions on page 9 seem like that has to do with the changes we made to OPLC already, yes? So that's fine.
23 to
but really,
30?
I really want to not do anything further until I get an answer to this.
They were shaking their heads.
I want to hear a verbal answer, but there may be other things.
Yes, that's correct. That deals with the timeframes for licensure and certification that we adjusted last session.
And then, is there anything else in, this area, part of the bill that makes any change other than the ones we've discussed, other than the ones for making an advisory board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
in this, it says board is crossed off.
Page and line.
Page 9, I'm
Yep.
just saying, board is crossed off.
Line what?
Office.
What line?
Line is 6, the first one, and
Yeah.
it's consistent, board is crossed off, office is in
Yes.
place. But in acupuncture thing, it was said, no, we executive director. So there's no consistency.
I would agree with that.
What?
I would agree. I think the better approach is to say executive director because the commissioner has responsibilities under other RSAs. But
Thank you for, okay, but thank you for that. Back to the original question. Is there anything else getting changed in here other than the membership and voting for a chair and making it advisory? And the,
no.
please, and the cleanup. I was going to get to your question. Okay.
Yeah.
And then to the point you brought up, so I guess the thing is, what areas in this part of this bill? So you pointed out where it went from board to,
Line 6,
see, actually on
page
uh,
9.
yeah, line 8, it's not consistent. Line 8, page 8, line 33, it does go board to executive
Yeah,
director,
and
but
all on page 9,
yeah. So
6,
actually, yeah, starting. Oh, is it
6, 9,
Is it? Oh, right.
11,
6, 9,
11,
11.
12,
Yep.
16,
Yep.
18,
Jeez, yep. And also 35.
and 35.
And let me see further on.
Page 10, line 16, same issue.
Lines. Oh, yep, there is. Line 24 on page 10, the director with it, but no, that's fine.
That's fine, yep.
And then on the next page, oh, it does use executive director instead of board in the two places on line 11.
It's not consistent.
Somebody needs to go and whack OLS up the side of the head.
Yeah,
but
right.
But they're lowercase here, and they were all board and executive director were uppercase in the first instance.
hang on, no, this is one amendment that is written at one. No, I don't think that's the issue. So, okay, so which ones?
The very first instance back
Page
on
and line,
page
please.
8.
Okay, page 8,
Line 33,
line.
Whoops.
yeah.
Was that it? No.
I
Line-
think that one's
line
okay.
33? You
That
mean
one's
page
okay, I
8,
think.
33?
That's right.
I think you're saying page 8, line 33, executive
Is
director is
executive.
capitalized. where
Correct.
Throughout, it is lowercase.
Line
Correct.
Page 8,
There's
But
a very
that's in-
specific reason for that
it's-
that I can't tell
it's
you
in a
what it
title.
is.
It's
Yeah,
in the
maybe
title of the
that's-
section, so it's capitalized.
Thank you.
All right.
So, okay. People can look through and should we just change, instead of saying board to office, board to
Okay,
executive
I got it.
director in all those places?
Yep.
I'm
Yes.
thinking the answer is yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, no,
no,
I'm
no.
only looking at this one. And as we go through the other ones, if we find similar problems, we'll deal with them then.
I'm sure there are similar problems.
I'm sure there are.
So just say, we're gonna do that for 46.
I'm insisting as chair, we're going to do it this way because there's only so much I can deal with in one chunk.
One last clarification about the term.
Yeah.
So is there a difference between the statutory board versus advisory board if there is less than 6 months left if somebody resigns almost at the end of the term to be replaced, or, more than 6 months left?
We usually just replace them as they resign. I mean, it typically takes time to replace them. But we just I'm not sure if that answers your question. I'm sorry, Representative. There's no difference. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know that we need to, does anyone have any objection in the section on family mediators to change, where it currently goes from office, just board, to office to executive director? Are there any objections?
No.
Okay. I don't think we need to actually record a vote or anything. So when I put a final amendment together, I made a note, we'll do that. Okay, cool. So I think we've gone through this, we've discussed the big issue, which is, well, making it advisory and also the appointments to the board. And Okay, and so I'm looking for a motion on this section. That,
All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the changes made in this meeting to HB 1271,
to this section.
Section 12, Family Mediators Board. Hang on.
Well,
That's not-
it's actually multiple
It
sections,
is, hang on.
but line, oh, you just say if you want,
Starting at page 6, line
19
19
through 1118.
through page 11, line 5.
Let me see if that's right. I had more, but I could be wrong. No, it goes down to 18. This doesn't end till 18. And we have to have those parts in because they're changing the RSA reference. And they're repealing the
Those
old stuff.
parts are all, okay, that's fine. Those sections are are part of the meet. I got it. Okay.
Right.
So yes, I will amend that amendment to page 11, line 18.
Okay, so this is again, page 6, line 19.
Yep.
Oh.
19. 19.
No, page 6.
Page 6, line 19.
Yeah,
yeah,
page
yeah.
6, line 19.
Page 11.
Page 11.
Line
18, that's, yeah, it's confusing. So we're going to keep this with the changes
Discussed.
discussed and voted on. And so, the final version will be after we do the final dealing with the purpose language. Okay, good. Thank you. And thanks to Representative Gould for suggesting we move forward.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear we've also moved on from repealing repeals to amending amendments.
Oh, okay. So do we want to continue on through another one?
So.
Anyone have an issue with doing that? Okay, that would start, and that then is page, anybody have a problem with that? I don't want to keep people from food if they need it and all that.
I'm good.
Okay. I'll give you a moment on that, because I don't want to push people past what's a good idea. So this is page 11, line 19, through page 20, line 15, if I'm correct. To page 20, line 15. This is a big chunk.
Yeah, that's correct.
And and thank you for going through and looking at more detailed markup than I did. I appreciate it.
That's what I got to do. My poor brain.
All right, so just looking at this, starting at page 11 at the beginning, page 11, line 19. Okay, so the first part down here, it's, what does it say? Adding,
One correction,
yep,
page 20, what line did you say it ended?
it lines 15, I believe.
Yep. Manufactured housing starts next.
Right. So, so at the beginning of this, the first section, it says so it makes advising the executive director concerning implementation chapter. There's another reduced workforce barriers and the reduced workforce barriers, which I will, we'll deal with, but I'll come up with a proposal eliminating that. The rule, it's got the part rules remain in existence, will remain in effect until repealed by the executive director of the, so you can repeal them? Is that like, okay?
The rulemaking authority would transfer to us. So we would have to repeal the old board's rules. So this basically just says whatever rules are in existence, stay in existence until we take action on them.
Okay. And that action presumably would be proposing updated rules. of
Probably.
Repeals, and then you
Yeah.
have to go through the whole 541A thing.
Correct.
Okay,
Just a quick thought,
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
sure.
I think in trying to reduce the workforce barrier and making this smooth, I hope we won't burn out giving all the responsibility to Director Courtney, and
Well,
she'll be
we're
running
gonna
up.
we're gonna have to have discussion in the subcommittee about that. I think we're done today with that one, but.
I don't think that's gonna happen. That's not what we're doing.
And it doesn't change, taking, whether we leave that language out or take it in does not change anything, I think, and correct me, about her job or what OPLC does or anything.
No, although if you want to raise my salary, I'd be happy to accept that statutory change.
That's my job on a different committee. I am chairing the Joint Committee on Employee Classification.
Oh, wonderful.
But you'd have to, so are you the department head for that? Or are you under something else?
Yes.
You'd have to come and present and go to the consultant to get a recommendation. And then with my different hat on, I'd have to consider that.
Noted.
No,
There's the conflict of interest. No, I'm just.
no. I'm not going to be paying myself. And I'm not individually making the whole payment. So I think it's diffuse enough.
So she's out, but I'm still in, right? I just want to be clear.
I
I have
am-
no conflict.
I'm not. I'm not indicating my view on any of that right now. Different hat. Okay. Sorry. I mean, it's afternoon. We get a little silly, but okay. So I think if everybody is okay with proceeding. All right. The next we get to the usual thing was the board membership, and
This is drastic.
yeah. So could you give us an overview of the membership change, and then we can look at it, I suppose, in some detail.
Yeah, so currently there are many, many members on the Guardian Ad Litem board. And at least in the recent history, this board has had issues with quorum. They only met 2 times last year. So as proposed, this is reducing the membership to 3 individuals, consistent with how it is from other advisory boards, and would be removing the legislatively appointed members. So currently there are members appointed by the President of the Senate and by the Speaker. The Executive Director of the Judicial Council also has a seat on the board, and so this bill is proposing to remove that.
Are there any other boards that have members appointed by the President of the Senate or Speaker of the House?
It's fairly rare. We do have a couple of other boards that unfortunately are not coming to my mind right now.
That's okay.
But we do have a couple of other ones. I will say we don't currently have a House member appointed, which is
A problem.
part of the problem. Again, one member of CASA, changing it from being appointed by the governor to the executive director, which is consistent with advisory boards. And then one member of eliminating the DCYF member appointed by the governor.
And then, yeah, that's, I was wondering, so, and also the member of DCYF or representing them or Casey Family Services, is that, what is Casey?
No, Casey. Casey is basically an entity, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but that contracts with DCYF to provide certain
So
services.
they're basically a private outfit that we contract with.
That's yeah, they're not a state body, correct.
Okay, that seems a little.
But Miss,
I'm trying to get through this and then we'll go to other people. So
with the board membership,
I really please suspend. I want to get through this and then I'll go to you. If that, I mean, because you're interrupting the stuff I'm trying to do here. So, thank you. I have a series of questions about these things and then I'll move on. So what is actually court-appointed special advocates? One member of that. What is that organization or whatever it is?
Doug, do you want to chime in? They're essentially the major entity that trains guardian ad litems and then contracts with the court to provide GALs in cases.
Is that a New Hampshire outfit or national or?
I think they're national, but they have a New Hampshire, but I don't want to misspeak, but I think that's my understanding.
aren't they the advocates for children in court and they're public
No,
appointed.
that's the guardian. Please, we're gonna have to go to recognizing people. We've been pretty free-form, and I'm normally okay with that, but I'm just trying to,
Talking about the CASA.
I'm asking you not to speak until you're recognized, which I really don't want to have to do, but, and then the large section here removed. Oh, you're taking the rest of this is about public members from lines 12 to line
Correct.
18. And removing members of the board shall serve without compensation is because,
They
that-
do receive a per diem.
okay. How much is that, by the way? This is
It's
boards and cha-
nominal. It's $25 for
Okay.
them.
Thank you. And I'm just going to get through the rest of this. All members of they shall be New Hampshire residents, fine. And so each appointment should be valid for 3 years till a successor. The member of CASA shall expire if he or she, okay, if they're not member of CASA, so they're not eligible. No more than 2 terms. And if they're yeah, actually, that's right. Where is that here? So on line 23 on page 12, should that be full terms, 2 full terms?
Yes.
Okay, I'll mark that. And let's see, I gotta make a note. Page 12, otherwise I'll end up leaving it out. Line. Okay, all right, I'm done. I was just trying to get through all of this and see how it worked. So Representative Manchaputi.
2 points, removing DCYF and the part of the guardian ad litem advisory board pertains to a lot of that with the DCYF cases and public and children. And CASA is also part of children being an advocate. And I think not having representation from DCYF or giving the whole thing to CASA, I would say the checks and balances are imbalanced.
So we won't take a position on that, but one thing I would note is that in a court case, right, the GAL is supposed to be neutral and is basically going out to get the information on behalf of the court. DCYF is one party to the case, and then you have the parent. So if you're going to have DCYF, you don't have somebody representing the parent's interests. That may be something for you to consider. I don't think it's personally necessary in dealing with licensure because really the question is, are they minimally competent? And you have GALs on the advisory board that can help make that determination. So we're not really talking about big picture, the role of the GAL in the court system. But it's just something you may want to consider because it could be considered lopsided.
All right,
So my
If I'm-
point is not out there. I see it as a lopsided or not fairly balanced.
I mean lopsided now or lopsided if DCYF were on?
I was just saying that if you have DCYF without the parent, I mean, because DCYF is a party to the case.
Yes.
Parent, the parent is the party to the case. The GAL is kind of in the middle where the judge sits. So if you add the DCYF and don't have a parent representative, one can make the argument that you're not fully represented in the trifecta of the court case.
And
If I might.
in just a moment, and as it's in this bill, do you think it's balanced or not?
Well, you've got essentially 2 GALs and a member of the court. I think that those people are part of the neutral position in a courtroom. So you can start adding on different people to represent different perspectives, but you would want to make sure you capture them equally, would be my recommendation.
Representative Brown?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Your CASA advocate is supposed to be neutral between parents and DCYF for the children.
Right.
If I'm remembering that correctly.
Correct.
So they're a neutral advocate. That's their job basically to do that for the kids.
Right.
So I think that's a fair one to have in there.
Okay, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Having this been my life, working in child welfare for so many decades, So I understand the CASA. Can you explain to me what one member representing the interests of guardian ad litems is?
I honestly don't know, and I currently don't make the appointments, so I find that a little strange
It's
the way it's
bizarre.
currently worded,
It's bizarre.
because it doesn't mean necessarily that the person is a GAL.
No.
It could be anybody representing their interests. I would suggest maybe making the change to just one GAL.
So here's what I would say about this. Historically, we didn't have CASA. And CASA came along, and they are an international a national organization, or they're bigger than New Hampshire. It's not a local group. They do train guardian ad litems from volunteers. Prior to that, we had all lawyers. So the parents had a lawyer, the state had a lawyer, and the kid had a lawyer. And the kid's lawyer, the guardian ad litem, was appointed to represent the child's best interest with full legal knowledge and understanding of the law. CASA provided a much cheaper alternative of people who did not understand the law, and the child lost their legal representation that was focused only on them. And if you think I'm biased, I think I just made it clear I was and am. So CASA has worked really hard. Everybody's loved it. A lot of us have shut up and moved on. But this other member, I would ask, there are still attorneys who judges do appoint in very specialized cases that are complicated, that really need an attorney. And I would request that that person be a practicing GAL who is an attorney and is independent from CASA. So we don't just get two CASA volunteers on there.
Makes sense to me if you're asking my
I
opinion.
mean, could you suggest some exact language if we were to do that?
Yes, we can definitely
Send
put
that to
together
us.
some draft language.
Okay, I don't have an objection to that. Representative Mangiapudi.
You, this is the question to Director Courtney. You said there are umpteen members currently on the board. You didn't give me exact number, but in my notes, I have 7-member board. Is it 7-member currently or going to a 7-member board?
No.
I have counted 9, going to 3.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Mangiapudi.
follow up.
Certainly.
Going from 9 to 3 with predominantly being family and child welfare. That would be a drastic cut, I would think.
Representative Gould.
The other piece I didn't speak to, but it follows exactly what Representative Mangiapudi was just referring to, is that like the DCYF position, so a lot of these positions were agency or legislative kind of positions, and especially with the DCYF person, when you have people that this is part of their job, it limits when you're able to meet. And so then it can make it scheduling really difficult. And I do agree with the notion, because DCYF, in my experience, also can have favorite guardian ad litems that tend to side with them, that they would want to see get appointed and what have you, or, it could skew things. And then, I mean, I personally would love to be on that as a legislative appointee, and yet there's a lot of things I'd love to do. I don't know how much time I have. And these are advisory boards. I think part of it is that when it was a regulatory board or a statutory board, having a lot of those on there made some sense, but I can see where eliminating some of those. And then the judicial appointees, I mean, I don't know. You can probably speak better to that than I can about whether they need to be there. I think because it's not regulatory, you certainly, as taking over a lot of these responsibilities, can reach out to any one of these people and get information as you need it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So one for Director Courtney. So this board is going to act as an advisor to OPLC. And I guess the question is, do you see, right now, if we go through this, it'd be three. One would be representing the Supreme Court. One would be the CASA person. And one would be, if we make the change, somebody who's an active guardian ad litem who's not part of CASA. Do you think that is a good mix to provide the advice needed? Is there somebody in addition or different? You know, because you weren't weren't sure about the one appointed by the Supreme Court, or
I think that's sufficient for us to work with. I mean, I think to Representative Gould's point, I can always reach out to DCYF to get their input, or the HHS commissioner and or other judicial, the judicial council. We do speak on other things. So I think that's sufficient for us to get the expertise needed. Again, what these boards are doing is pretty limited. It's really just establishing the requirements to get certified. And I don't think we need much more than what's in there, or more than what's in there.
just a moment, Representative Gould, do you agree? I mean, with the change you wanted to the guardian ad litem one, are you comfortable with it?
I feel like that's a balanced representation, and yeah, I'm comfortable with it. And I feel like with this, because of the nature of the change of the duties from regulatory to advisory, I think it gives her a good advisory group. They can look at complaints that come in. You've got a balanced view looking at that. And then you can reach out for advice from anybody. No, I'm comfortable with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And do you still have a question, Representative Monteputi?
Yeah, I just still feel that narrowing it, and yes, Director Courtney can reach out, but it's not anywhere required for you to do that, right? You can make a decision on that particular thing to say, I don't need to, I have the expertise. So again, I'm looking at the checks and balances. Are we shifting responsibility from one to another and not overlooking them?
So are there particular members that are being removed that you think should be back on? Or is it just the total number, or?
I would like to see a representation from the DCYF or the parent group that could have at least 5-member board, could give you that flexibility. These are 3 core people that we need to get, and the other 2 can be offsetting, balancing to hold checks and balances.
Okay, and to
That's just my point.
thank you. And to Director Courtney, were there problems finding? It's got 2 more. Let's say we went to adding back in the DCOF person, although I'd have questions about this CASA thing, but Casey, and then add, let's say, one member. I'll get to one member of the general public. Were there problems in the past with finding members of the general public who meet these, what was in statute now, actually? Yeah.
No, I think if you eliminate the legislative positions, you're probably going to solve most of the quorum problems.
And the executive director of the New Hampshire Judicial Council. We already have somebody who's being appointed by the Supreme Court. So I'm not, okay. And I have a question then, if we were to put back in 1-member representative DCYF, or Casey Family Services, or another child protective agency appointed by the governor. But I mean, it seems to imply Casey's an agency of the government, or a state agency, which, are they? No, I don't think so. Right. I'm assuming they're not.
No, they do contract with the state, but I would probably limit it to DCYF.
Okay. Just
Or
yeah.
what's that?
I'll get to you soon as through.
Child support? Is that child protection though?
I'll wait till we get an answer. I just don't have too many threats.
So Casey Family Services, largest operating foundation for reducing the need for foster care.
Okay.
obviously. It's a foundation, so yeah. It's not agency.
Right. So, do we have,
We were just discussing that if you left the, if you eliminated the reference to Casey Family Services, but kept the reference to another child protection agency in the state, that could be some catch-all language in the event that, you know, DCYF changes its name or what, you know, what have you.
I'm just still I'm exploring something here. And I intend to get back to you and whoever else. But I think Bailey, okay. And then, there's, appointed by the governor. Going back to that, would that make sense for if we keep this one?
So if it is a member of DCYF, you don't necessarily need an appointment. If it's an advisory board, what I would say is probably the director of the division of children, youth, and families, or designee.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to this first. Representative Bailey's had a question pending, and then Representative Gould.
Well, earlier on in all of the discussion we've had, it sounded as if this is a licensed guardian ad litem's, and they were
Correct.
supposed to be the middle party. The parents were on one side and DCYF was on the other, and this is the middle party licensing them. What the hell does DCYF have to do with that? They're one of the opponents, rather opposed to the middle party. Unless you can find some way to put in parents
Well,
on.
we do. If you look at the language starting at line 12 line 12 on page 12, there was members of the public, and certainly if we add DCYF back in, we'd have to add at least one of these back in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Representative Gould.
So one of my points was going to be the public member, if we go this route, should be stipulated that they're a parent.
But if you look at it, at the language that's struck out, but
Yeah.
isn't, it's a public member representing the interest of those individuals receiving the services of guardian ad litem appointed by the governor. And then there's what they can't be. I mean, they can't have been currently or be guardian ad litem or a spouse, or they can't have a material financial interest in guardian ad litems or actively directly related to their services, including the representation of the board or its president. Okay. So you can look at that language and see if you're happy with the current statute.
Okay. I just was mentioning that. More importantly, I'm not sure CASA is from Casey Family Services.
No, they're
No,
different.
No, they're
two
different.
different. Yeah. So where is Casey Family Services referenced in here?
It's on line 8 at the end.
With the DCYF.
Yeah. It's or.
Okay, wait a minute. Line 8, one
the end.
representing the Division of Children, Youth, and Families, or Casey Family Services, or another child protection agency in the state. Okay, so Casey, they do a lot of like foster care stuff.
Yeah.
So that would be, so you could do, I wonder if that's what the focus is, that professionals working with foster children. So those are children who really are relying on their guardian ad litem, really relying. The parents really aren't there to advocate for them like a child that's still placed with their family. So should the language say that? A professional
Well,
agency
hang on,
representing
hang on.
foster
Just a moment,
parents?
I got it.
And just the one last point before we move on would be, and Representative Mangiapudi brought this up, DCYF is so stretched with their responsibilities that I'd want to make sure before we add them back in, take them out, all of that, that we know what their position would be on this.
To that, given the current makeup of the board right now, is that person from DCYF or some other group, Casey or some other?
There is somebody who represents DCYF.
They're okay. They work for DCYF. I don't know what represent means.
I don't know if they currently were. I'd have to check. I don't know that they currently work for DCYF. I know that they represent DCYF.
Okay, Representative Brown, then Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, it's going to be DCYF or Casey and this is the semantics thing. another child protection agency in the state? I don't think there is another child protection agency in the state
What?
other than
Which one?
DCYF.
I know Easter Seals was designated under that category, and they may
Okay,
still be.
But
Perfect.
Okay.
are they actually an agency of the state?
Yeah.
They're part of state, they'd have to be part of state government under some director.
No, they have a it's complicated, but they're categorized as a child protection agency. It's
Wider.
it was back.
It was
Yeah, the language doesn't say that they are a state child protection agency. It says child protection agency in the state.
So they
Okay,
could be
perfect.
eligible. Either
Correct.
Casey, we could take Casey out of.
You could
the
take
list.
them out and just leave
and so-
another in
and
the
so they'd
state.
be eligible,
fine.
or this one she mentioned could be, or.
Okay.
I know,
Um,
traditionally, do you know, has it generally been somebody from DCYF?
Yes, it is currently
From-
somebody from DCYF.
Okay.
And then
A
follow up.
representative, yeah, follow up.
So I really need to do this for my predecessor to this position that I am in, the Honorable Ned Gordon, who is here, former senator and former representative and former judge in New Hampshire, was opposed to this, as you remember, quite vehemently.
What was he opposed to? Specifically.
He said the board was useful because back before the board existed, there was about 25 GALs that were never trained or qualified in any way whatsoever, and there was no repercussions or training. Now, because the board exists, there is training and standards that he said was a good process. He said most of the 7 members are involved in the GAL process in one way or another, which makes sense. He also had issues with the purpose of reducing work-free barriers, language which we have addressed, I believe. He did say, and maybe OPLC could follow up, that there's currently 20 complaints going back to February. I think you talked about this that day, Director Courtney, and that OPLC had no answer to those complaints. At least that's my cryptic notes here. And now because there's 3 members only, I think if I'm remembering, his thought was if there's that many complaints, the 3 members wouldn't be able to manage that.
But they wouldn't. Director
He-
Courtney, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. First of all, this board has met twice in the last year, I believe, and so that's a significant issue. With respect to the complaints, they have something that's somewhat unique in their statute, which is that if we receive a complaint and it's about a guardian ad litem in a current child protection case, the board can't investigate or do anything with the case until the family court dispositions the case. And so that is why these cases aren't moving forward. Now, I understand from a policy standpoint, right? Because in these cases, you may have people that are motivated to file complaints. I get, but at the same time, it does extend the process for us to be able to review the complaints. And because we limit the ability, because the board is the adjudicating body, we limit the ability of the board to understand where every case is in the process. We give them general information, but we don't want to give them specific information. So that could be a source of the misunderstanding.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Since I'm talking about the Honorable Ned Gordon, we might as well go through that list. He did say now that if this will be an advisory board, what does that change in the role? And I think we've talked about this ad nauseum this morning. He's not sure what an advisory board would do. He thought only if OPLC came to them to ask for rule review, but I think we've beaten this to death this morning, but just for the sake of addressing it online here.
Well,
Yeah, I think we treat our advisory boards very similar. I mean, the same as regular independent regulatory bodies, but there is that aspect of state supervision. So we would expect them to hold meetings and do the things that other boards do, reviewing rules, but also answering questions that require expert consultation, reviewing reports of investigation, and then holding hearings.
One last follow-up on that.
follow up. Yeah.
And another representative on eDNA asked the question of Mr. Gordon, how would the advisory board improve what is happening? Because that member said he had no confidence in OPLC, was the quote. And because OPLC picks the advisory board members, is that a problem? And Mr. Gordon said he thought that was a problem. I'm just,
It hasn't been a problem from my perspective, but of course, that's me saying that. I take issue with it not having confidence, with a board that meets twice a year. It's hard to know. You don't have a knowledge base to be able to make that opinion, would be my answer to that.
that's all, thank you.
Just a follow-up on that whole thing. So is the backlog and dealing with complaints all or largely due to the fact that they're tied up in court, so you can't proceed?
Correct.
And where's the is that statute in here or is it under somewhere else?
It is in their GAL statute.
Which is in this, is it dealt with in this amendment or is it somewhere else?
We're going to take a look. I don't think,
I didn't notice.
I
it,
didn't
but-
see it in this
and I
amendment.
wasn't- But I wasn't as careful with this. All right, Representative Manchaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. One is Casey Family Services is a foundation-sponsored private agency provided child welfare services in New England and Baltimore. It focuses on lifelong family practice model to connect children in foster care to enduring families. So that's the foster care aspect of it, that DCYF deals with both foster care and reuniting with family members. That's just the clarification. And I think keeping that Casey Family Services will serve the third group of children that are in foster care, long-term foster care.
So one thing which we kind of talked about, I'd like to see your view on it. So we could take Casey Family Services, the explicit reference out, leave in or another child protective agency in the state. And Casey, someone from Casey would be eligible as well as maybe some other one she mentioned. So I wonder if you'd be okay with that, or does it specifically have to be Casey?
From having been in the field,
Yeah.
Easter Seal is used, yes, they are a provider for different,
I'm not suggesting them specifically, but I don't know if there are any others, but to not, I mean, it hasn't been a problem, but I've seen elsewhere in statute where you name a particular organization and they could change their name or cease to exist, and then you got a problem in statute. That's what I'm
Well,
thinking.
I would like to see Child Protective Services, or if that encompasses both foster care, because that's a whole different group of kids, that foster care versus reunification family. So that's a big issue in terms of,
So you prefer leaving Casey in there, names
or
explicitly?
if there's, I don't know of any other
I-
which provides.
Okay, I'm not,
Okay.
my issue is not, I don't know anything about them, and they may be wonderful, I hope they are. I have an issue leaving name particular, groups by name in here, which has led to problems. But maybe it won't be a problem.
Yeah, so that one, I just wanted to let you know. And my other thing was going back to my notes, just before Ned Gordon was another private practitioner also on New Hampshire board, Vicky Irvin, who opposed this with the same caveat in terms of reducing the number of board members and also the timeliness of response from the board and the OPLC. That was very similar to what Ned Gordon
I have a
had.
point of order there, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker. I had Nikki Irvin as acupuncturist.
Hmm?
I had Vicky Irwin
Mm-hmm.
as an acupuncturist, not about the GAL board.
I don't,
She is on the acupuncture board.
right, so that's a
Oh,
different
okay.
topic.
So
Okay,
That's
thank
my mistake. I wrote it down
Thank
as
you.
this one. Okay, so going back to the board, I think putting the all the responsibility to 3 board members. We are looking at children and the welfare of the children and the future. So I would feel adding DCYF or similar board and a parent, or even somebody who has gone through the foster care and aged out and is successful would be a wonderful appointee for that board.
Just,
Yep.
okay, Representative Brown.
So if we keep it as it exists, which is in line 8 and line 9, which we're deleting, page 12, line 8 and 9. So it hasn't happened yet, but it could be that DCYF would not have a position on this board, and it could be someone for Casey Family Services or Easter Seals,
Or whatever.
and no DCYF or some other child protection agency. And are we good with that? With DCYF potentially not having representation?
I'm good with that.
I am too.
But 8 and 9 says
Y-
or DCYF or
Yes.
Yeah.
Casey Family or any other.
Yes,
So they will
but
represent.
that's the way it is today.
That is the way it is today.
Okay.
But are we okay leaving DCYF potentially? The ors mean DCYF might not have a seat.
Right. I certainly am.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I think I'm okay with 7. We go to 7
so well,
from 9. Take out
5. Well, if we took out,
B and C, the Senate and the House member.
right, and I'd be okay taking out, well, let's see. So if we took out those 3 at the top, so that, the one from the court, the CASA, person, if we put,
Not the castle.
or, no, I'm looking at, so this is on line 6 on page 12?
Yeah.
Are you
Mhm.
saying to take that out? I mean, that's
No, no, no.
No, leave
no,
that in.
No. Well,
CASA
CASA and Cassie Family Service. Casey
no, I'm
Family
talking
Services are
about
2 1,
6 and
2
7.
different. Right,
It says CASA.
we have
right.
to keep. that.
CASA we keep. Down below, Casey Family Services is where we were going to take the name out.
Right. So what I'm saying is I'm listing the ones that would be in there and then potential additions.
Yep. So
So-
CASA we leave
well,
in.
first, we have the one appointed by the Supreme Court.
Yep.
The CASA one would be in there. We're talking about adding back in the DCAYF or,
The
that's-
8 and 9.
right, 3. And we can further discussions of whether Casey's specifically listed or not. And then we'd have the guardian ad litem person. That's 4. And then we would add back in 1 member of the general public
Who is a
the s-
parent?
with the same language that's in here, unless we want to change the language that's in
I
statute
think
today.
Representative Gould wants it to state that that person is a parent.
Yes.
Okay, but that would be 5, which is I'm
A good
okay
number.
with. So just kind of a procedural thing.
Mr. Chair, going back to this,
Yeah.
instead of saying 1 member, 8 and 9, 1 member representing the Division of Children, DCYF, and or Casey Family or any other,
Yeah,
instead of doing 1 member, can we do 2?
two issues.
That way it gives you DCYF as well as
yeah.
Casey.
I don't.
Or-
I wouldn't be comfortable with that. And if we do that, to make it odd, we'd have to add somebody else, maybe 2 members of the public or something. We have to stay odd because so there's not ties. Representative Bailey.
I think we began with a large board that rarely met and had quorum problems. And I think this is an inverse relationship that the more people we add, the more we get back to the original problem.
Agreed, although we're looking at going from 3 to 5 instead of the original 9? 9. So it would be almost half of, even with this addition, it'd be around half of what it was. I take your point.
And I think that, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if we go to 5, then, our former legislator and judge, that might assuage some of his concerns about it going to 3.
yeah, well, okay.
And can I just
Representative
add?
Gould, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that in line 8 and 9, if we just remove everything and say a child protection agency, one member who represents a child protection agency in the state,
I'm
I
okay.
think that way that gives the choice and the freedom. And honestly, for a lot of parents, just taking out DCYF takes away a lot of the angst and
Yeah.
the controversy.
That's a good idea, thank you.
And where's the public one?
The public one would be the part that struck out. We put back in line 12 through 18. Yeah, well, so here, I know you want the parent. I think the stuff about not a conflict and not, so here's what I'd suggest. We're talking about making a lot of changes here. I have some notes. I'm not sure they're entirely coherent. Would someone be willing to take on the job of, given what we've said, including that last good suggestion, to write up language of what they think we kind of agreed to, and then we meet again, and email it out to members of the subcommittee. We meet again, we can discuss and see if, if we're all okay with it and it represents what we think we've been discussing, and then we can vote on that, because I don't think we don't have something clear enough to vote on at this point, so.
I'd be willing to take a copy of your notes and with my notes, draft something, distribute it, get feedback with other people's notes, and then have a,
Right. We need to be a little careful on the 91A of having a meeting that's not in the public. So I think it's fine if you come up with a proposal and write it up and send it out to all of us, but we do not discuss it together until a meeting. That's kind of my understanding.
One-on-one conversation too.
Yeah, and
that should-
the other thing is, there are exceptions for caucus. So I think you could speak with Representative Mangiapudi. I'm not sure we could discuss it ourselves, as odd as that might seem.
I did read over, we got extensive notes on this morning that I read over and from Lucy Weber. And I do believe that just to straighten out the language in a homework assignment, that we then will discuss fully and openly public.
So if any of us thinks
not
that, if any of us thinks that what you wrote up differs from what they thought they heard here, then that's a kind of a technical thing. They could reply to everybody, but not about if we decide from a policy standpoint, we don't like it.
Correct.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Everybody needs to be careful. Representative Brown.
Sure. Being a selectman and having this conversation every single week,
Yeah.
that we're told reply all constitutes a meeting. I'm not sure if that's correct. That's my understanding of what I'm told. And therefore would have to be noticed. And if you reply all, then you're actually having a meeting. So we could reply
all.
individually.
If you think that there's a technical problem, or that you think Representative Gould understood things differently than you in a technical sense or whatever, that's fine. But yeah, we can't be getting into policy discussions on email.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. I would respond that don't use reply all is a really good cover your butt technique to not get in trouble. But we can do it one-on-one, and we're only talking about, did I miss a notation of a change that someone else heard?
yeah, and the email to everybody to try and schedule a meeting, I think, is a different story. Okay, so there is a bunch more to this. It goes up to page 20, and we're on page 12. So the question is, do we want to, and I guess I'll ask either Director Courtney or Mr. Osterhaus, is there anything beyond this point, from the membership through
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
just to tell you, my brain is
You need to go,
frozen.
okay.
I can't do anymore.
Then that's done. What I would suggest, if everybody's okay with it, we'll meet morning before session. That's this Thursday. Is that okay? And
15.
Yeah, is 9 a.m. okay to give us, that way we'd have 3 hours before we'd have to break for lunch and then session. Does anybody have a problem with that? And if you do, we can meet at 10 or not at all.
I will do my best to be there at 9, Mr. Chair, and certainly I can catch up if you start at 9 and I'm a few minutes late. I'll do my best.
Is
I'm not
9:30
good.
substantially better or?
Well, I've been 10 minutes late the last 2 times, so just go for it. I'll get there as best I
Because
can.
I think, for the rest of this, I think it's going to be important to have you there,
All right.
especially for the rest of this section.
Okay.
given your experience?
All right, let's say 9:30 and I'll definitely be there.
You know what the caucus is gonna be that day? We're
Uh,
coming in after lunch.
is there going to be a caucus?
12. There is.
There's
for
a, you,
us,
you
there's
folks have a
at 12.
caucus at,
Yes.
which means we would need to break by, at least 11:45.
I'll be a big girl and get there by 9. If I tell my husband, he'll start at 5 pushing me.
Are you, seriously, 9 a.m.'s okay?
He's busy watching legislative video.
Right, he's seen you, if he is, he's watching you committing him to whip you up in the morning. Session
One.
starts at 1 p.m. on Thursday, which is the 15th. Yeah, and the first part of I would never suggest anyone miss any of the governor's speech, of course, but so officially, we probably shouldn't run through into that, although I've never attended one, but no disrespect to the governor, it's just I'm not big on speeches. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We will meet at 9. We will break, 11:30ish, I guess. Meeting here. Well, I'm going to send the request in to our assistant, Carrie Morris, and she will email out the notice because it could be something else is scheduled. We're going to meet somewhere probably in the LOB, but I can't guarantee it's here.
Should I bring my copy of 1271 with me as opposed to putting it in this file cabinet?
It is up to you. I have enough trouble managing my own stuff, so I'll leave that to you. Anyway, I'm going to close the subcommittee work session on House Bill 1271. Thank you to everyone for working on this. I have no, you're not driving me nuts. I think I may have a personal preference to not have individual bills that deal with so many things, even if they are related. But that's another matter. Thank you folks for being here, and we'll see you again.
I think Thursday could be a long day.
Thank you. I hope you do as well.
Thank you both.
And no answering my email over the weekend. No. I don't know if I'll send you any, but
Send me,
I'm gonna send you the amendment.
yes. Because I personally have to make some decisions on that, obviously, right away.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right when I get back to you.
I appreciate it.
that's on some other bill.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on my bill about veteran licensing, which is, well, you heard it. You heard it when I was in Fish and Game, and I didn't know it was being heard.